This conference will now be recorded.
Open up this meeting of the City of Port Orford City Council, Thursday, July 20th at 5:34. So quick. So call to order. Roll call is after Pledge of Allegiance. So rise to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. Now, I can run through roll call myself and not have to. There's roll call technically.
It can be done a lot of different ways. Where I came from, we actually had the clerk call everyone's name and mark it down in their book. But you can call roll or however you want to do it. But I think I've always done roll call by a voice,
Right, and I did it last time the wrong way then. All right, I'll do a quick roll call. Councilor Belisis?
Here.
Councilor Tidy? Here. Councilor Burns? Here. Councilor Pogwitz? Here. And Councilor Rask?
Here.
Councilor Webb is not present at the moment. Did you something?
I did meet with Councilor Webb earlier today, and he indicated he had to run home.
Okay.
He will be back, but things can happen.
Okay, so we'll just put the time that he comes back. So, are any presentations? Are we going to? Well, we have a few changes to the agenda right off the bat. The minutes of June 29th, 2023 got added to the consent calendar. Where do you think we should put the franchise agreement discussion? Probably just under new business C. Oh no, that's old business actually.
It can be either 7 or.
Yeah, let's change it to 7B, old business, because we did talk about it before. Anyone else have any imperative additions?
The interesting part about the minutes of June 29th being on the consent agenda, typically those items are in the packet for you to review prior, and they were only finished today, so it might be appropriate to remove those from the consent and just make sure everyone's had a chance to look at them before voting on them.
Thank you.
Was there some reason that we needed to approve them?
Oh, thank you, yes, and when we get to that, I will, but basically, these are the minutes where we had the public hearing on the community development block grant, and for our application, we need the approved minutes, and so we needed them today because the application deadline is upcoming, and so that is the reason we need them today, so that's why we're in kind of a.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Yeah.
So we're gonna go ahead and put it in the consent calendar?
Well,
We can either take a minute to, it'd probably be cleanest just to pull them out rather than. We got to have them for this room.
yeah, we need them for our application, so approving them this evening is appropriate, but whether they're on the consent agenda without ever having had a chance to look at them, they weren't published ahead of time, so consent is usually move to approve and go, because you've already looked at everything and everything's okay, but I don't think you've had a chance on these, so I think just looking at them later, putting them on, new business or something would be just fine.
Perfect.
Okay.
So the minutes for June 29th are not going to be on the consent calendar. Thanks for that correction, John. And they're going to be 8C under new business.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll move on to the consent calendar, which is the minutes of June 15th.
One other item, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
If I could.
Yes.
I'm not sure if everyone is aware, but I would like us to have we pretty much need to have an executive session under labor negotiations at the end of this meeting as well. And I don't know if that's it. I think that's sort of an add-in to this agenda at the very end before adjourning.
I would move to that. What numbers do you have?
192.6602D.
Correct.
Numbers on
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that? All right, call for the vote. Councilor Tidy?
Yes.
Councilor Burns?
Yes.
Councilor Pogwiz?
Yes.
Councilor Webb? Councilor Belisis?
Yes.
And Councilor Rask?
Yes.
One other thing about the consent calendar, I will not be able to vote on the Cafe Gemma OLCC license if that comes up, so you would have to vote until there wasn't a tiebreaker. And then there's the Carol Lawton appointment to the planning commission. So I would consider a motion on that.
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar, including the minutes from June 15.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
I had a few corrections, minor edits of like names, spellings and things like that that I sent to Joseph, so should I just make those right now, or? You didn't update it, right? So that's what we're doing.
The ones that are in the packet. The ones that are in the packet for you to review, did not get the updates, but I have the updated ones, basically ready to be signed.
Okay, so let me make some recommended clarifications and minor updates. There are a couple of misspellings of names. Lauren Kessler should be spelled Lorin instead of Lauren. Bob Millet is Bob Mylands, which is Mailenz, I believe.
M-I-E-L-E-N-Z.
Mielelenz. Okay.
M-I-O-E-N-Z.
That's what I thought it was. Anyway.
I do it with my phone.
Okay.
I do it with my phone.
To be corrected. Let's see, what else? In 7A, you have, I believe the minutes have John Huddle making a motion, which I think is could not be correct, right?
Yeah, I don't make motions.
So, I'm sorry, I have little notes here for myself. Oh, no, you corrected that. That is, Mr. You got that, I think. Okay, so that's okay.
I'm pretty sure we did.
Email.
It was pretty close, and yeah, so.
You made
Well, I
it.
might have asked for a
No,
motion, said we need
no,
a
but I
motion.
mean, close enough to, I just, sorry, that
Okay.
came up wrong.
Now, maybe when I stated the motion we needed or something.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right. Thank you. That's,
Not that I didn't. need to
I can-
counsel, but it's not this time.
Okay, those I think are my major ones that need correction.
Okay, so that's all clerical, right? Go ahead, Terry.
So under, I don't know, under the TLT grant resolution, I guess that is number, I can't figure it out, sorry. Under 4, Susan Russell's statement, it says Main Street believed that labor management and completion of project were considered in-kind contribution. This is not the case according to legal counsel Coolback. Businesses must have a cash match. I don't think that's very clear because it was more complicated than that. It's only for purposes of, what was it? It was for purposes of the business match part. And that's not what this says. To me.
do you have a proposed way it should be said?
I don't. But I'd want to go back and listen to what it was exactly. It was just confusing when I read it. It was like, I don't think that's an accurate.
Which one was it?
It is 5 sub 4. Because Main Street, I mean, this sounds like Main Street believed that their labor and completion of the project. And I think it needs to say, because their labor is considered. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It's,
Is that mine and John's office earlier.
So your issue is that it can be interpreted to say that we were thinking that Main Street's labor could not be an in-kind.
Right,
But
that's what it
so
looks like to me.
so really, I think it came down to the question of who was the applicant. And even though Main Street submitted the application, I think the interpretation was that this was an application from the business Ray's to have their
Right,
landscaping as a grant. And then the explanation was there was no, they have to do a dollar match. A business can't do it. So-
right.
So I think it
Yeah.
sort of says that in a very shorthanded way. How much more detail or how would you say it better, I suppose? Because if we want to fix the minutes, we need to know
I get it.
what to say.
And I don't know. I mean,
Well,
I have to
it'd
work
be-
through it and it's probably not.
Maybe something like Main Street believed labor management and completion of the project would be considered at match towards the business's portion.
Well, I think the labor match was going to come from Ray's though, is what I thought.
But there's a required monetary
For a
amount,
business.
and I think they thought that the labor could help
Yeah.
offset that.
Right.
So can we say, Main Street believed that labor management and completion of the project by, I don't know, labor and management by Ray's? Or Ray's labor management, or the business's labor management, I don't know.
So it
So she
says,
believed that it was the Main Street kind,
Right.
but it's not. It's,
How about there was some miscommunication on the match composition?
There you go.
We can make it, I mean, minutes,
Yeah,
in my opinion, are kind of should be.
pretty tedious, super tedious mess. Way tedious.
it is.
Well, no, but I mean,
We're gonna do this every single time, because I'm going to be sure that I agree with every single word that's on this piece of paper. And so is Perry apparently, and that's an argument for more vague, and we have audio copies in case somebody wants to really get down to the nitty gritty. This, we're gonna run into problems, just throwing it out there. This is an example.
I like them. I think they're so much better than what we had personally. And
Yeah,
but we still don't have the sound system as far as I'm concerned.
Isn't that where it's coming from?
Joseph's listening, I guess, afterwards, but he's here.
how is the sound system actually when you're taking the minute? Yeah. We need to get you a little remote mic.
The sound system for the most part is fine. YouTube auto fills in the closed captioning, and I've used that a couple times when I couldn't quite make something out. And my only note on this is it's a lot better if the counselors make sure to actually speak into the mic.
Understood. I have maybe some suggestions from other minutes, is if we did want to bake them up, I see where you're coming from with wanting the details, but if we put the time that things happen
Yes.
on the minutes, then we could go and review it word for word, and then we could say guest speakers, whoever spoke, and we could go and review it at our leisure, but then the minutes don't have to be this exact thing, we won't spend near as much time on it.
Because each entry could have time, I'm not saying it could, in other governments that I've served, have done it that way, and it's pretty handy.
You know, I just had an example where I was looking for the meeting when we decided to end the penalties of curtailment. And I went back and looked through all our minutes and I couldn't find it. So we have to make sure that we're, it may be hard for Joseph as you're going at various times to know, like, okay, is this in or is this out? So I guess I like to err on the side of having it in.
Yeah, I don't think that was done at a council meeting. That's why you can't find it.
You think it was done at a workshop?
Nope, I think it was done over in the office one day.
No, it was done at a meeting.
Well, I think the item on the agenda is the minutes of the 15th. So if we could
Yeah.
just keep on the minutes of the
Good
15th
thought.
and getting that going.
Okay, so I have some comments on this. So this was a very lengthy discussion. If he would have typed word for word, we'd be looking at a full page, not a paragraph. But this paragraph, in my mind, says Main Street believed that labor, management, and completion of project were considered in-kind contributions.
That's what Susan said.
But whose labor? That's, I think, what bothers me.
Well,
is it's
Main
not clear.
Street's.
It's Main Street's labor is the way I read it, but anyway,
She was speaking.
But
for
that's
Main
not
Street.
accurate.
but she was speaking,
That's what
that's what
she
she said.
thought. That's why it turned into what it was, because that's what she believed.
I mean, maybe you didn't have enough history about what had happened, Perry, I don't know, but, and then it says beyond that, this is not the case according to legal counsel Kudlak. Businesses must have a cash match. But we spent 30 minutes on that topic. And like I said, it would be a page or 2 pages if we went over every item we went over. Because we discussed going back into the code. She went into the code once and couldn't find it, then she went out of the code and found it. So do we want our minutes that detailed? That's all I'm asking.
No, of course not.
So
And this is when we discuss the council rules, which is another thing that's a high priority, which is nice that we kind of reiterated this, because I guess, I mean, is this statement untrue?
I don't think so.
Well, you know what? This is the whole point that we have a vote. Is there any other changes or corrections?
I would just one other thing, I know that it's not gonna change anybody's vote, but, there's one correction on the first page, and it's just problematic.
Which page, Brad, are we looking at?
I'm sorry, the opening page of the minutes
Okay,
for June 15th. Naming who's present can be a problem. Here we have Leah Heil twice,
Oh, right.
as Leah Hale once. And it's not the point of the mistake there or anything like that, it's just, that can be a real problem. Like, I don't know this young lady's name, how would we, you know what I mean? That it can be, what you're doing is a great detailed job, Joseph. Let me just start it with that. But it can be problematic, and we've seen it before, so anyway, that's just what I want to throw in there. I don't know that naming attendees is,
It's speakers that you want to hit on.
I think she did speak.
and Leah did speak.
well, this says others present.
Oh, well,
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the 18 online, and
Okay.
I think that might be. Speak.
Well, they're noted, they're named and noted in the following.
One,
pages.
okay, in the public comment.
Yeah, it just makes it tough, you know, it makes it tough.
And we're just trying to make it easier on you.
Well, I think the point is to get it to where it's, we can pass these things.
Right.
Less is
And that they're accurate.
more.
Yeah.
You know, there's a fine, you know, you go like this, you know, and okay, this is where we need to be.
But
And
there's 6 of us here, and we all read a certain paragraph differently, a little bit. So,
with the
But it's
time-
not about us, it's about who reads it afterwards. If, you know, somebody wants to come back and confirm something that happened, that's not one of us,
yeah.
it needs to be clear.
Well, even us, I mean, when we go back and look at it to recall. But I mean, I'm open to other verbiage on that particular instance. It's just, I don't know how to interject it.
Right.
I think it's okay, personally.
Can you strike most of it?
I don't think so.
Simplify it? I mean,
I can simplify it, unless there's more corrections.
I have 2 more names, I'm sorry, I forgot.
No,
to say.
I'm not
Dr.
trying to be pushy.
Dr.
in that.
Lowry is spelled W-R-Y. I believe it was Bill DeLong rather than Phil DeLong. And, you know, we just mentioned Aaliyah.
yeah, it's just, in my list, you got my list.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those are, just to make sure those name corrections, I think people get offended if their names are spelled incorrectly.
To go back to the one that Susan, we were referencing, Main Street believed that their labor management and completion of the project was considered.
So add there, you're saying?
If we put there and whatever.
That's a good solution, does that work for you?
That's better, yeah.
So do we need to make a motion with the changes proposed?
Here's what I would ask. If, Joseph, if you could come up to the microphone at the speaker chair and just summarize what you have as the proposed corrected minutes with respect to the Main Street TLT grant, and that you're gonna make changes to all the names and stuff. What have you got?
So the corrections I have for the minutes for Thursday, June 15th, starting specifically with the Main Street, is the addition of there to change the first sentence of the paragraph to Main Street believed that their labor management and completion of projects were considered in-kind contribution. Then in the names, we have removing Leah Hale, second appearance, changing Bob Millay to Bob Millens, and Phil DeLong to Bill DeLong.
And Hal Lowry to.
And Hal Lowry to Good Catch.
Okay.
And Lauren Kessler.
And Lauren Kessler.
Or you can just scratch the whole name.
Just take out,
No, I'm just throwing it up there.
Yeah.
These names are also all through it.
yeah, the name
They're there.
to answer Commissioner Webb's concerns about that. The people who are named in the other presence, they were all speakers. In the future, we had a sign-in sheet. I believe someone may have walked out with it by mistake as it got shuffled into their papers. So as long as we make sure that I get that next time, there shouldn't be issues with the spelling. Or alternatively, if we have speakers, we can request that they spell their last name in addition to when they state their name and their address.
And then perhaps say others, people giving testimony or something, I don't know, but president is,
All right.
words matter.
I could probably find that list in my living room somewhere.
All right. And if you can get it to me, then I can make sure that all of these names would be corrected.
Put a bounty on
Thanks,
it.
Joseph.
Thank you, Joseph, you're doing a great job, man.
Thank you.
Minutes. Okay, any other corrections? Is
Okay,
that-
just one more thing.
Go ahead.
I noticed that on the ones for the June 29th, they have page numbers, and it's really cool. It'd be really cool to have page numbers on every day.
Yeah, for the whole packet, actually,
Yeah.
it would be so great.
So that was an issue. I think I figured it out. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it's corrected on the next one.
Yeah, Joseph talked to me about that when he was printing the agendas for some of the council members who wanted printed agendas. He noticed that there are only page numbers on part of your agenda, and he made a note to himself to correct that.
It's the joy of PDFs. They just keep on giving it forward. Okay, let's go for the vote on this. You got that last one, Joseph? Okay, so we are going to ask for the consent calendar vote with clerical changes there. Councilor Rath,
Yes.
Councilor Webb,
Webb, yes.
Councilor Fogwiz,
Tim, yes.
Councilor Burns,
Yes.
Councilor Tidy,
Yes.
and Councilor Velez.
Yes.
Okay,
Hey, Pat, excuse me, I have a question for you, which is about the order of the agenda. I think you went for additions, and I noticed, we know that Marlon is here, and wondering, were we gonna put them up front, or where were you thinking about having?
we should, let's see, let's just have them next, so. Public hearing, yeah, let's just have, do we need a motion for that?
I think it's the will of the council by consensus.
Can I get a consensus to what, unless you wanna wait till public comment? Don't get back to me. No, come on up, please.
Hi, everyone. It's been a little while. So, we wanted to come down and give a little standing report kind of on where we are with the dredging permit, so that you guys can see what's going on, talk a little bit about what's different from the last time you had a permit, and kind of about what the process is going to be going forward. Also got just something to look at here, which is the results of the survey of the reservoir, so I can talk more about what can be done in the immediate time. So say, where we are, when we're going to submit, kind of what the process is going forward, and then talk about the conditions out there right now. So as Marlon's handing out the survey, previously,
I don't need to make sure Joseph gets one.
the dredging project, which should be enough for everybody. The dredging was handled under a nationwide permit through the Corps, which was last issued in 2008. It expired in 2013, and a little bit of the difference between then and now is you're operating under a nationwide general permit, which had a 5-year cycle. And kind of what happened in that 2012-2013 timeframe is that the Corps had renewed that permit for you a few times, and then when they looked at the latest application to renew it, it kind of came to light that there were some analyses that weren't done that are normally part of, you know, the environmental review for the project. And really one of the big sticking points at that time was the fisheries issue. And that was not able to be resolved before the permit expired. And the change was made to go for really what's essentially a general permit, a nationwide general permit, which really reduced the quantity of sediment that you were allowed to remove from the reservoir. So you went from 2,000 yards to 25 yards. I know you guys have been living and breathing this, you know, but just to kind of circle the picture up to where we are right now. And so this year with trying to revitalize the permit, we met with the Army Corps of Engineers, and they determined that probably the best course of action would be a standard individual permit with the Corps. Difference being, it will incorporate all the other reviews that they wanted to have done for this other permit, but it will also be good for a 10-year cycle instead of a 5-year cycle. So assuming the permit is issued by them, you know, which we're going to put in the application and go through that process, you'll be good for 10 years. And I'll talk a little bit about the process in general. So I'll answer the first question, which is that in putting together this application, following the Corps' direction, going through the checklists and forms, we've got the survey of the reservoir done and narratives and figures and things that have to go in with the application. So we're going to be ready by the end of the month to have that in front of the Army Corps. So it was a good time to tell you guys that that's kind of where we are on that. Now, for the process as a whole, the joint permit, the term joint permit is to kind of coalesce the state and federal regulations related to the Clean Water Act. And so there are several compartments that review this permit. It's really under the 404 Clean Water. You've got the Department of State Lands, which is responsible for regulating upland disposal of sediment. So they've got their silo. You've got the Army Corps, who's the overseer of the whole project. And then you have other agencies that have input on the permit, some with various levels of input that are greater than others. And some of the things that, you know, may be different this time around as opposed to how they reviewed the permit. It would be more involvement from the fisheries people. It was also kind of observed that there was never really a SHPO review for cultural resources there. Not saying we're going to get a lot of activity due to that, but there are kind of some new things that may pop up that all these agencies have to sign off and swim back into the Corps before, you know, the Corps can give you that permit. So the importance of kind of the end of the month going into the Corps, one of the other outside agencies is DEQ, and you need a 401 clean water certification from DEQ. So at the time that we submit the package to the Corps, we can then go in and discuss how some of these other agencies are going to fit in and what the Corps' approach to it is, because we already have some feedback. And, you know, it has been over 10 years since this permit was last issued, and some of these issues the Corps has had to wrestle with on more complicated projects than yours. So it's not necessarily a new item anymore. So there's maybe a little bit better direction as to how to negotiate, you know, some of this, the outside agency feedback. So after, you know, Marlon and I met with Tyler, we kind of got the roadmap for where we think these things are going to fit in. And at the same time, we give this to the Corps. Now everybody can look at it. We've got a description that we can talk about how to proceed with all of these things. And so the other thing that happens is the pre-application meeting with DEQ. So they need this. When we go to the Corps, we also, you know, online schedule the pre-application for the 401 part of the permit. And really, that's going to start this whole process. And for the bigger picture, I can give you an example, you know, some of the outside agencies' timeframes. If you have DEQ looking at a 401 Clean Water Act permit. They can take anywhere from, say, 90 days up to a year to give feedback on that permit. So we are about to go off the waterfall into the regulatory, byplay with how we get this through. So, part of what we're doing is orchestrating this with the Corps so that we can stay in tune with these steps as they go along. Now, not even the Corps can force DEQ's hand or any of these other agencies to respond more quickly, but we can definitely bird dog what their review timeframes are and apply pressure so that we're getting it in the fastest time that we can. Now, I can't promise you doing anything faster than what the regulatory agencies could ultimately say. These are timeframes that we're allowed to process this, but I think we've got a good case to plead with them in terms of the urgency of doing the work, and so we can use that, to our advantage. May not be, it's probably more important than, something else they may have on their desk, but all we can do is, work with them diligently to make sure that they stay on track with that. So that's really the summary of where we are and then kind of what's going to go forward, without going into a whole lot of detail about it. And now I want to talk about the reservoir itself.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So, is there a date by when we will file, or did I miss that in what was being said? When, is there a when of when you said we're going to file it?
End of the month.
And thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry about the interruption.
No, it's okay. That's fine. And the little, exhibit that you have in front of you is the results of the bathymetric survey that we completed on the reservoir. And I want to just talk about the overall story with that reservoir and with the two pictures. I know you're looking at it in plan view, but one shows the kind of original design of the reservoir and, the contour lines indicating depth through there. So you had something that was, up to 9 feet deep in areas. And over time, since the last time anything was removed out of there, the far fewer number of lines on the other exhibit is representative of how much sediment is in there. And there's about, 2,000 yards, which was your prior permit, that needs to come out. Now, one other thing to talk about with that is you're in a situation where you've got to do all that work right now. And it's a little bit of a different scope the first time you're going through and doing that, because you don't have room to dispose of all that sediment on site. So when this permit's issued, the first project is going to be a fairly big one, just to restore that reservoir. We also investigated the basins that you have on site, because I'll kind of go into the next step going forward, which is that, on an annual basis, you're not going to accumulate 2,000 yards of sediment a year. And just as a picture, the second one too, Mom, when you do is you've got some room on site which maybe can keep up with some modifications of those basins with the work that you would do on an annual basis under that permit. So we want to think about that and have that as part of the plan. And really, it's just a depiction of how shallow those basins are out there right now. And I mentioned 2,000 yards, and you can see that they've got the capacity each, somewhere in the range of 60, 70 yards, something like that. So you're not going to do a lot of work with those basins out there based on the amount of material you have in there.
What'd you say the capacities are currently?
Somewhere around 80 yards, something like that.
Per basin?
Per basin.
Oh,
The middle ones are small.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kind of filled in.
Did you find the pipe on the other side?
Yeah,
Coming out of
no,
basin one?
Yeah,
They're
the pipes are-
going into basin two?
yeah, they go from basin 3 to basin 2 to basin 1 down towards, or I might be saying it backwards.
I think
I'm looking at the pipe head not found.
We couldn't find one of the pipes on there. It's buried, the end, it's not there. And for those basins to be used, some work would have, a little bit of work would have to be done out there. It's been basically fallow. So
What if we increase double the size of those?
So I think the second picture that was passed out would be the idea of digging them out a little bit deeper because I'm wondering if there is an accumulated sediment from the last time those basins were used that was never removed. So I think you could put some capacity into the basins out there. Again, you're not in the 2,000 yard neighborhood, but you could probably, on an annual basis, if you operate those basins, use them to dewater what you're doing on the annual dredging going forward, and then you can have an activity of removing that sediment out there and taking it to a waste area. So with the priority really on getting this in front of the Corps, kind of the next activity is to go ahead and help you get that nationwide permit reissued to at least do the 25 yard work, because that's something that you can do during, the prescribed flow period, July to November, to get the woody vegetation out of there, the trees that have fallen in, and do a little bit of sediment removal and use the ponds on site. So kind of as a child, we may have mentioned this, going along, a child of having these plans done and ready is that we can, kind of pivot those into the permit application to at least do kind of the minor work that you can do out there. So
Can we can dig those ponds out, that's a fairly normal in-house process? Or we could just go dig them out? I know not us, but we could.
No,
them,
we've had Joe Marsh down there before.
Okay.
Not since I've been here, but he was the one that originally cleaned them. We could have them dug out and increased in size. How much of an area we gotta leave between us and the creek though?
Well, so I wouldn't recommend expanding the berm as it is. I think you want to do all the work kind of in the hole that you already have there, because it's advantageous for sediment control. Part of what we'll send in as an exhibit would be some basic E&S measures that if you're going to have somebody dig that out, that we would address tracking and things that might be, sediment that gets away from the site.
So you could mark it out.
But if you do all the work within the basin, it's fairly low risk of, having anything kind of get off site, at least in terms of doing some work out there to get those basins ready.
Yeah. So, you call the material in their waste, is that just, it's basically just it's not gonna be a waste that we're gonna have to,
Right, now, who regulates that, and we will get, as part of the permit process, they're gonna address that one way or the other, and that's where the Department of State Lands fits into either this permit or the next one, because they're responsible for regulating upland disposal. We're not dumping it in the ocean, or there'd be a whole other set of regulations, another agency involved.
We did used to have a disposal site for the solids from the sewer plant, which that site is not very keen on doing the sewer solids, but we might be able to.
Where's that?
Out at the NAP ranch, they used to dump the sewer solids out there years ago. I don't know if it would still be established, or I just know there's a history there, and it might be an angle to where we can talk to them and say, hey, this isn't sewage, this is just considered waste, but.
We do have a site right there by Hubbard's Creek. The guy that lives 2 blocks down will take the material anytime.
If it's not, but if it's waste, it might have to be a recognized.
So let me clarify what I mean by waste. There's kind of the generic term of waste, which on the construction site, you got excess material and you need to haul it to waste. But the layer, and I think more to the point of your question, why it might sound confusing to call it waste, is that as part of DSL's regulation, they will test the sediment and determine if anything special has to be done with it. Now, there is also the possibility for a categorical exemption based on where the facility is located. So they can perhaps look at this, especially for the small yardage permit, and make the determination that because it's in an unpolluted area, you're okay for this small amount of material to handle it the same way you'd handle any other earth moving activity. So, the other point, John, with the waste area there is that there would have to be some level of verification that it's not in a wetland and that there are E&S measures in place out there. So they would have to, you'd have to take it to a site that was suitable to accept soil fill. Like say DSL says it's clean because of where it is and it's a small amount. It would still need to have silt fence and control set up so that, we weren't dumping into I'll call it an unapproved area.
So we might have something that's a little bit set up for that. I got a question, super basic, well, not to put you on the spot, 2,213 cubic yards is how many gallons are in a cubic yard? Like, that's a substantial amount of water.
Right, so,
What's that? Sorry, that's not, you know.
so let's say that it's
Now that I
about,
asked, I can
it's
Google it.
about 17,000 gallons is what I'm gonna tell you.
72,000 gallons?
7 or 8 gallons per cubic foot.
It's
right?
7.48
There you go.
This says cubic yards.
I know.
gallons per cubic foot.
I gave you cubic feet, now take it now.
So then, so to get that equivalent, you have to divide it by 27 to get cubic feet, and then multiply it,
Oh, right.
and then that'll give you your gallon. So that's essentially how much water people can't drink, if that's where you're going with it, because it's sediment.
No, that's exactly what I'm asking, to show that that's how much water we're
Yeah.
gaining with 72,000, at least 2.5 feet.
Yeah.
So, awesome. Because that would be great if we had the water, like that extra foot. Yeah.
And actually, I'm glad you mentioned the offsite waste area, because for at least the initial work, where they've got the 2,000 yards to pull out of there, which is what we're gonna apply for, since you don't have room for it on site, there's really two ways that you can go with it. You can leave it up to the contractor to find a home for it, or you may, if you can supply them with an adequate waste area, be able to save some money in the bid process. If they already know they've got a place where they can take it that's approved, and city can provide that area for them, there may be an advantage to that bidding.
What's the responsibility if we tell the contractor, you gotta dispose it, and he knows a place up there and disposes of it? What's it paying, right?
You're just paying, yeah, you're responsible,
Is there value in that sediment?
No, I
thank you.
would say no.
Not even a spur.
Okay, thank you.
People have actually said that to me, citizens, oh, we'll sell it for our gardens or whatever, so it's good to be clear that it's
Individual
not.
sticks and leaves. Yeah. From what I've seen on the past.
Yeah, so it's not very nutritious. I mean, the plants that might sprout up might not be the ones you want to see in your field.
Right.
And
Thank
these basins are used to put the wet dredging material in, and then it settles out, and then it's easier to carry on.
That's right, you dry it out. There, three kind of basic ways to do it. Now, these ponds, I believe, were set up to be more of a just chain flow, to let the water waste go in there, have some settling, and then decant the clear water off the top and go from basin to basin and have enough volume for it to settle. To do the kind of removal that you need for at least the initial phase, they're very well undersized. And I also think that it's less, it's a little riskier in terms of having a discharge with turbidity that goes into the stream, and you can put all the controls on it and do best practices, but there will be some risk in that the overflow, is going to cause a sediment plume in the creek. So for trying to use those basins for the big project and the amount of flow that goes in it, in our opinion, that's not a viable option. Now, I do think going forward, you might be able to do something like that, although I would still, argue the best practice would be to not really rely on the discharge and settling, because you really have to make sure you took out all that turbidity, for the.
How long does it take to decant? I mean, could you put in a couple of bunches and then it decants, and then you remove it and then do it again 3 times?
You could. You'd want to make sure that you were monitoring, what the water quality was before you, allowed it to move down the chain. But you had a lot of, I think that, the nature of the sediment, it's like sludge, even though it looks very liquidy, it's still only, maybe 10% solid. It's mostly water, and it's going to stay, stirred up.
What is the other option then, since our ponds are too small? What do we do, pump this into trucks?
So, I think you're gonna end up hauling it away, for this case, so that, the other area, and I think what may have been contemplated early on, maybe maybe the city used to do this, I don't know. Is it, with hydraulic dredging, if you have a large enough area that's got perimeter controls around it, you can apply a lift of material, let that dry, and then go back in, do another phase of dredging and let that dry and basically, build a big pile of it. I don't know if you've got the land area down there to get rid of that kind of sediment.
Not there, that's a lot.
It's really an off-site, exercise to do that.
Well, and from the beginning, those ponds have only been half the equation, right? Because that valve that went underneath used to function, so that would do its job during, the season that it was supposed to. So the requirement, would they even have that much to dredge if that system was working?
Well, I guess you're talking about an underdrain in the dam or a valve in the dam.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that structure.
It failed. 30-inch culvert with
Well,
a drain gate a long time ago. It's solid rotten. Didn't see it.
Oh, I have a video of it.
Oh,
So-
But in fact, 15, 16 years ago, somebody broke the handle off and then that's never got opened again.
right.
So this is in the reservoir itself?
Yep.
And this is on underneath the weir or the dam,
Yeah.
and it's a 12-inch pipe that I thought was a solid 12-inch pipe, but I hear that
It's like
I
a-
just found out that it goes into a manifold that's a culvert.
It's like a
But for
30.
years, we've had a valve I've heard that we've had that valve sitting on the shelf
Well,
to
So
do
that-
it from prior employees, but.
the gate was bought and purchased. It's at the
Yeah.
shop. That's
Now, to keep the discussion on the dredging and the sediment,
But
having
isn't
the
that part of
functioning,
the dredging? If that was functioning, then we wouldn't have the dredging requirements in the future, or if like during the right season,
No.
couldn't it function like it was engineered originally?
so not necessarily, if I understand what the structure is, which is a way to de-water your reservoir.
Yeah.
So that you had to put the bottom. Now,
But
that is another way that they can do this dredging.
not de-water as much as open up when the flow is higher so that the sediment discharges. It's not to drain it does drain it, but when the flow is high enough during the right season, the sediment is flowing out underneath the dam. And I'm not trying to be argumentative, that's just how I've always.
Yeah,
And it was the method for controlling the height of it during rainstorms too. So it did both.
yeah, so now, its primary function is not to transport sediment. And if you look at where
You
you got
just
the,
said that you weren't familiar with it.
so now that you guys have told me a little bit about it and what it's for, so it's very common in a dam installation to have that pipe in there so that you can draw down the reservoir to maintain it or to control the outflow. You can use that as part of an outlet. Really, those flashboards and that spillway is where the majority of the water is going to leave the reservoir, not so much out the outlet pipe for that. And most of the sediment, whether or not that was functioning, is being deposited in the upper arms because that silt wants to fall out by gravity. So not a whole lot of it really makes it, down to that outlet pipe.
Well, that does explain why that's the deepest portion of the pond too then.
Yeah.
Right? Because between the reservoir and the hole we dug is the deepest part of the pond,
Yeah.
which is 100 feet too far away from the intake.
Right. Well, and so that's so that you can draw the reservoir down. Now, that is the kind of the third way, which if you can do that work on the dry, if you have a place to have enough raw water during the time period, you can actually, it would be a benefit to have that pipe in place to draw it down, to be able to physically go in there and remove the sediment and not do it hydraulically. And really, that's, what they'd want to do. And it's, something to consider with raw water storage down the road, depending on, really what this permit process is to have that, available so that you've got enough in reserve so that they could temporarily take the reservoir out of service and get the sediment. So,
I was told that the valve was for the summer to pull cold water from the bottom of the reservoir for downstream instead of the warm water that pulled out of the top. So that was the function. And I think it was fishery department or something that required that.
So, based on the depth of that reservoir, my guess would be, and that's a very valid technique, and some very large dams are required to do that thermally stratify. And you've got a hypoline and down at the bottom that's very cold. Sometimes they'll operate it so that is released and cools down the receiving stream. think based on it being 9 feet deep, it's probably nearly homothermal. I don't think you're gonna have a vast, reservoir of cold water down below, to do that release. I think the surface temperature and the bottom temperature are gonna be pretty nearly the same. So it is a maintenance issue. It's important for dams to have that functioning drain so that you can, you water it, if you have an issue or a problem with the dam itself and you need to get, relieve some water out of there.
What are the weirs for?
So
And don't they control the level as well?
They're all below the
I mean-
level of the pond. The weirs are, they're down below that as it steps down from the spillway.
On the dam, the wood planks that stack up?
Well, those control the level. That's what
Right,
we use
that's
them
what
as.
I'm saying, aren't those the level control as
Yes.
well? I mean, other than the
Yes.
terrain on the
100%. Currently, that's the only level of control.
that's the main way. You can pass a lot more over those flashboards than you could, by opening the pipe, but you can use the pipe, as the outlet too, depending on what's coming in. But, yeah, that very top level of flashboards, that's absolutely what regulates how much water leaves your reservoir, where you set the elevation of those boards will control.
That's pretty impressive that you can drain that whole pond with a 12-inch pipe.
It's not 12 inch, it's probably 30. It's probably a 30 inch, 20, I think it's 30 inch. Because that's what the gate is that's out behind the shop that was supposed to be installed. That's an old galvanized culvert that's pretty much disintegrated in place. It's poured into the structure somehow. So never really got a good look at it because that portion of the backside of the dam's never underwater, or it's never dry really.
I mean, outside of the dredging, that may be an opportunity, depending on, how long it takes before they can get in there and do that kind of needed repair, because you really can't do it in the wet, but if they already need to draw the reservoir down to do the dredging, you could attack a project like that, where now you have access, to that pipe to be able to replace that valve.
I was wondering, thank you, by the way, for just explaining this all to us. It's really great that you're working on this. Really appreciate it, Brian. So, one of the stories or questions that we've had or heard about, and it's kind of interesting that area that you brought up, there's stories about our reservoir and dam that people have been hearing, is that part of the dredging problem has to do with fish and has to do with the fish ladder being inoperable. Is that true or not? Have you figured that out? If we do dredging and we don't touch the dam, is it not going to be an issue, or because we're not?
So what we're looking at, and I don't think even the Corps knows this answer, is that as part of, when NMFS or the Fish and Wildlife Service was going to look at this as one of those outside agencies that does a parallel review, you're going to get some feedback from them. I did mention that there's been a little bit more history on this, and, if, the Corps can help facilitate getting just a biological opinion on this from the Fisheries Agency, there's something that we have to find out from them. We don't know, what they're gonna say about that. The fish ladder, just on looking at the history in the file, I don't know that it's complete enough to really have all of the details, but my impression reading that file is that it's not necessarily a requirement, and I think that a lot, but we'll hear from Fish and Wildlife, but that it wasn't a requirement, and I think some of that discussion came up when you were looking to raise the crest of the dam 30 feet.
Right.
So you had kind of another, plan of action at that point.
Yeah, kind of sounds to me like as long as you're not touching the dam, it's probably not going to be an issue. But I don't know, so that's what I was just trying to figure out if you guys had figured that out.
That, we've got to hear back from them.
Okay, thank
That is the hope. But, yeah. So that's really all I had. That gives you enough of an update. I know.
I'm so happy you're working on this. I mean, it just makes me feel really good that you're making headway, because this is super important to our community. So thank you so much.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Okay. Oh, one other question. So this is under the wing of the BRIC grant. What kind of plans are we making if the BRIC grant doesn't come through? Because I feel like this is a very high on the list of improvements we can do without the BRIC grant. So when do we have that conversation about other funding opportunities if the brick didn't come through? Maybe that's an in-house conversation, but if you have anything you could shed light on.
I might jump up, and I had a great conversation earlier with Ann. My recommendation on that is and I've said it before, we shouldn't stop looking at funding options. The BRIC grant has a required match. They don't care where the match comes from. So we should be looking at every single option. There is, and the city has done it before. It's been a while, but a one-stop, and I believe there's been some discussion, potentially a recommendation to do that, where all of the primary big funders all come together and set up a meeting with the city. We identify a primary project with the city, and we submit that information to them. They come in there and they show you all their different funding. So CDBG, USDA, DEQ, there's a lot of times there's even banks that will take part, and they give you what their funding package would look like. Then it gives you guys the ability to see, oh, so if we do this project, and let's say it's $10 million, here's the different funding packages, here's the grant, here's what the requirements are, because they'll also stipulate, do your rates meet the requirements? And so you'll learn all that. I would recommend that the city, we look at putting together an application and getting that submitted if it already hasn't started rolling through your other discussions, and have that one-stop meeting to give you guys clarity. There are a lot of other funding opportunities as well that I think everybody can keep their ear to the ground. I mentioned a few. There's a SIF grant that's a $20,000 planning grant that can be used on water system planning. DEQ has created a new $100,000 grant. They focused it primarily on like wastewater facilities plans, but there is a number of other items that it could potentially be used for. So there are other things, and there'll probably continue to be other ones. So my recommendation is we maybe set up an opportunity within the next few weeks to a month and talk about what project do we want to present, pick that project, put that paperwork together, get that application in to get a one-stop schedule, do the one-stop, and while we're also doing that, take a look, because these a lot of times start off with your master plans, and your master plans need to be up to date and present what you need to do. And the SIP grant and the CEQ grant are ways to update your plans. And I know through some discussion, it'd be nice to get a majority of the city all on the same page as to, here's what it is, here's what we've done, here's what we need to do, here's new stuff that's not listed here, and wrap that all up and then push it forward. And we can help you do that. So that would be my recommendation is within the next month, let's find a time to kind of do a set-down meeting to discuss the master plans, discuss funding options, discuss a project to present, and then push that forward so that you get sightline on how you can move forward. And all of that plays good with the BRIC grant. It'll allow you to maybe get some additional funding, do some other projects, meet the match potentially for your BRIC grant if that comes in, and that would be a benefit for the community all the way around. So that would be my recommendation. It's something that I can follow up with you guys on if you'd like to look at doing that.
That sounds great.
Any other questions?
No, other than could it be like the contact tank where we kind of just did an amendment to our existing plan, or like just to speed up the timeline on that specific thing if the council so chose?
Oh yeah, no, and that's actually part of the reason why we should, during that like an afternoon discussion, we have the plans in front of us and we look at them and we go, are these accurate? Are these correct? Is there a new or bigger issue that's not listed here? If there is, you can either do an update to the whole plan, or you can do that amendment to it to pull it in, and that happens all the time, and that's definitely one of the pathways to try to expedite it and keep things moving. So yeah, but that would come from that meeting as to where are they at. Because if I'm not mistaken, I don't think either of your plans are out of date yet, but I think they are getting close within the next five years.
16, I think, and we did a little amendment
5 to 10 years
ago before the.
Yeah, but I think the one of them is 2010 or something like that, 2013.
Oh, the wastewater?
Might be.
Yeah.
So, and it just, let's look at the dates. They're good for 20 years is what the funding agencies and regulatory agencies say. So we've got a 20-year span, and when you get to that, they want to see you update and put a new one in place. So that's something that we can talk about during that meeting. And then, is it a full update? Maybe not. Maybe it's just, or a full replacement. Maybe it's just an amendment or an update for a specific project. So that's something that we can do during that meeting.
Okay, any other questions?
So the last one stop, was a $13 million project. But that's when stuff was cheap. That was our best shot. And we found out part of that was a 1% loan. And then the one that was 3 or 4%, we actually found out after the voters didn't approve it that it was going to be less than 2% on the other portion. And then part of it, of course, was a very small portion of grants.
Well, and their stuff has changed since then. I mean, the interest rates all vary.
Right.
And so that, it'll be whatever it is at the point. DEQ, it used to be a $500,000 loan forgiveness. It's not an actual grant. They've actually got a newer program where it's up to a $2 million forgiveness. So things have changed. Sure. And having that meeting will at least give you the information.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And you know what? Maybe there's a great fit. Maybe there's a refocusing that needs to happen based on that meeting. But at least we'll know that and know the pathway forward. And also, it'll hopefully bring everybody together and get us all on the same path. This is not just historical stuff that somebody's telling us we need to do. We've talked about it, we've looked into it, we've listened to the parties and go, yes, these are the top priorities, and here's what we need to do. So,
well, we just weren't able to sell it last time, and we just, as a city, need to do a better job of selling it. And I know John's been better at documenting, breakages and photographs and stuff like that.
And we're also like 13 more years, like, down the
Problems.
tubes.
Exactly, where we could have been in decent shape.
Well, one of the problems is the one master plan that says if you don't make these changes by 2010, you're not going to have enough water. And we're past that, but luckily we haven't grown the way, we're about 6,000 short of how we're
Yeah, the master
supposed to be
plans
at.
were like, oh, you're gonna be like 3 times the population by 2020.
Do you gentlemen have any questions for us?
no, other than I would leave in your mind and to discuss, do you want us to schedule an opportunity within the next month to come and talk about the funding and the master plans and make sure that we're all on the same page?
Yeah, I think that would be great.
And so all we need is somebody to reach out to us and say, yes, that's what we'd like to do. We're going to forge forward and get the permit processing beginning with the submittal by the end of the month. After that, my understanding is you want us to move forward with helping on the 25-yard dredging with the brush and tree removal from the reservoir. Those are the 2 primary things. We're still forging forward and getting those plan sets done, and we'll continue to do that. But in the meantime, this planning and funding thing is a great discussion topic, and honestly, it's probably a half-day meeting to just kind of go through everything, and then that'll lay out what you guys want to do moving forward. So if you want to do that, we just got to schedule a time.
Can I get it? Do you want to do that by consensus?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So do we do that as a workshop, or do we do it as a subset of us, or how do we do that?
Well, anytime there's a quorum of you in a room, it's a public meeting,
Yes.
so that would be a workshop format, would be my guess. But if you would just, assign it to maybe, one, then, or a couple, that would make sense.
I can't see any action coming out of it.
No, it would be mainly an information.
Well, so do they, are we jumping the gun? Do they need some administrative information before?
No, I think we're talking about like an in-house, just like, let's sit down.
Yeah.
We had a little conversation ahead of time about this. Let's like sit around a table and look at the plans and just kind of
We have your master
have a
plans.
conversation.
And part of it would be everybody that's taking part in the meeting, take a look at the master plan before we come. Because we want to open it up and go, when was it done? How accurate is it relative to the current community? Are the projects listed still the top priority projects? Are there other things? Have other things gone wrong with the plans?
'Cause we
And
know
if they're
we-
not listed there, so we have that dialogue and discussion and kind of run through it. So the staff needs to be a part of it because they've got a wealth of knowledge, and they're out there poking their fingers in pipes and trying to keep things running. So having them a part of it is critical. But it's just schedule the meeting, everybody look at the master plans prior to the meeting. I've got some copies and some information on the one-stops. You guys have done them before, but I can bring that as kind of a, here's the funding side of it. And so here's the projects, here's your systems, what do we want to look at? And my recommendation would be identify some projects to put together, and get approval, and then put that application together and get that one-stop schedule.
And one-stops are great, because they'll tell you what you need to do.
Yep,
And
exactly.
That's where you need your roadmap to get the job.
But
Can you make it easy on us, Joseph, and send out a link, to the water master plan? I don't know if there
is
is.
it online? We have them on the shelf.
Water is, I think.
Online.
used to be.
Gary sent it out, but I don't know about wastewater. I don't think
I
wastewater.
got a digital version of it.
But we're only talking about water right now.
Well, no, well, we could, but honestly, if we have time to talk, because I think you only have the 2 master plans,
Yes.
would be to just talk about what is the big picture within the community.
We have the parks master plan.
So really,
Do you have a parks?
again, kind of the other question is, does this make sense just to have a workshop with full council? I mean, it seems like it's big enough, would that be a problem, I guess, in any way? Is there an advantage or disadvantage? But I just, it seems like the issue is so key.
It is about 20
I think that if we do a full workshop, people should know we gotta do it. It's gonna be a long meeting. I mean, it's not like, oh, you're gonna come for an hour. I think we have to have the whole afternoon and be ready to work on it, so.
Well, and I think establishing an agenda prior to that meeting and then getting it out to everybody, and then I'll offer myself up. I like to keep things chugging along, so if we have an agenda, I would be like, let's move through this, and you know what, we may get partway into the water and go, you know what, holy cow, we're 2/3 the way through the day, we haven't talked about anything else. Let's table this and do another one specifically for water. Let's talk about everything today and just get through everything so that we can understand what are the next steps. So I think establishing a good agenda, pushing on the agenda, and you know what, don't be afraid. I like to say, put it in the parking lot. We're gonna put it in the parking lot. We'll come back to that and address that at another time, because we want to spend the time that it deserves, but we also want to get through everything to understand the big picture. Let's get the big picture figured out, and then we can go back and look at the kind of the critical items that were identified.
It's gonna be a series, I'll bet, of workshops,
It-
because the first one is going to create more questions
Absolutely.
than you can imagine.
So it should start with your list of current
Yeah.
big priorities.
He's got it.
Yeah,
Working on
Like,
it further.
especially on the water side.
We can expand for sure.
Yeah, well, and we talked a little bit about the wastewater side, and I know you've got challenges over there, and that's why it's good to have a meeting that we get the full picture. We don't want to ignore anything, and we don't want to leave anything out. We want to understand what are the needs and what are the issues. And I'm sure there's a lot of water projects that are critical, but I also know there's some wastewater projects that need to get done.
Right.
So where does that fit into the overall hierarchy of what the city wants to do?
I wonder if John could give us a bullet point or something.
I sent it out for wastewater just a couple days ago.
You did? Oh,
Yep.
That's great.
Wasn't all the counselors on that email chain? No? Oh. Who got it?
Because you can't.
You got it, right?
I got it.
Yeah, but
And-
you can't send emails to everyone.
Right?
There should be no emails to a group, because that can form a forum. Like if if 3 of us answered you, or if we started a question, that's forming a forum, so you have to be careful about it.
Okay,
I don't think you did send it to everyone, but I just.
I just
throwing that
replied
out.
to it, it was on that email chain, not even thinking about that, but Ann and you both have a copy of that Word document. That's a pretty solid list. I might have missed 1 or 2 things, but, you guys can send it amongst yourselves, right? Without-
Well,
Yeah, or John can send it to BCC.
John's not, he's not government.
Right.
No, but.
That doesn't mean you can't start a conversation with the
Well,
BCCs, all of us.
It would
then-
take us to bite.
So here's what makes sense is putting a link to that, and then anyone can go visit it, so.
Well, typically, if he CCs the city administrator can send that out.
Yeah.
And he usually puts a disclaimer, please don't respond, but I would like to see that document because, Marlon, the reason why I'd like to see it is because the last amendment to the master water plan only included, it was 54% of the infrastructure. I'd like to see how much on your list that addresses some of those other.
Well, and we will, we're just refining that list still, and that's why it hasn't gone all the way to the council, is because we're having a conversation. No, you will, as soon as it's.
I didn't build one for water, I built one for wastewater, Tim.
Okay, well, that's interesting too.
Oh, and just to throw this out there about emails, if you start your email with sending it to yourself and then blind copy everyone, it individually goes out to people and they can't reply. So anytime you wanna, well, just call me and say, what the heck were you talking about when you said that last time? What do you wanna say?
One other thing real quick, we need council consent to develop the RFP to pursue the 25-yard dredging contract.
Yeah, no, and
We got off topic here, but we wanted to ask you guys tonight. Marlon had a good idea, was to build an RFP and get it out on the established board so that we could get some input. We haven't found anybody locally that has a small enough dredge to come in. I mean, within a.
Okay.
yeah. So we're talking about this, I mean, the two options are, is put a little RFP together. We have the mapping already. It's literally some language and then posting it out there. You'll get quotes back. You'll find out what people are willing to pay for it. If you don't get a response or you don't like the response, I believe it was Bill the Marine was the last one to do it. We actually have a copy of a quote from 2020 where they proposed to provide support. I mean, you could go down that path and see, get them to update their quote. We could also do the RFP if you want to go out and see if you can find somebody and do a little competitive bidding. So there's nothing wrong with getting the bid, but you also have a backup with the Bill of the Marine, the prior one that's done your work, if they're willing to do it.
Can we leave that? Can we leave the RFP kind of open-ended so people will come to us for different dredging options? I mean, would the RFP just be the parameters of what we're doing, or is it just, do you want to bid on getting your long-armed excavator here and taking it out?
We would probably spell out, well, my recommendation would be to spell out the work. You don't want to leave it too vague, because if you leave it too vague, then they're going to start putting big numbers in there because they don't know what the real expectations are. So the expectation would be to come in, remove wood waste. We provide images of the reservoir with the wood waste in there, and then you indicate there is a 25-yard removal allowance. We need that removed and disposed of in accordance with all requirements. And there'd be some other stuff in there, but that would go out, and then we can hopefully get bids back from multiple potential contractors, and you'll see those costs. We have the prior one, so we know what the prior ones were, and we can do some comparison and go, yeah, that's a good deal, that's not.
I think that sounds great because we need to get it moving.
Would it be one of those RFPs where you require a site visit?
Don't have to require it. If they put good pictures in there,
Good.
and where we've got the drawings and the maps, I think it's not absolutely required. Now, we want to provide some information. This goes back down to maybe doing some due diligence on a disposal site. If we can find one that can be approved for it, rather than leaving it on the contractor, you can eliminate that from a cost. Because if they end up having to haul it 8 hours to a disposal site, your price is going to go up.
Yeah.
So there's different things that need to happen. So the recommendation would be is if you want us to help with that, that's not a huge lift. We can work with staff, put that RFP together, get approval on it, and then we actually post it on Quest CDN, and there's other venues you can post to that and see about getting some bids in. So if you'd like support on that, that would be great to get direction.
So I guess I would maybe entertain a motion to authorize staff to work with Civil West to craft an RFP for the 25 yards of dredging.
I second it.
All right, any discussion on that? All right, I'll call for the vote. Councilor Rath?
Yes.
Councilor Podwitz?
Tim, yes.
Councilor Burns?
Yes.
Councilor Tidy?
Yes.
And Councilor Webb.
Web, yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
What about me?
Thank you. Anything else?
I
Is
say
that
yes
gonna be
too.
with the excavators for 25 yards?
Well, what I would do is I would leave it open, either excavator or a wrench. I don't want it.
Float close.
That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that-
That's all that I meant was leaving the options open.
Yeah, no, that, you want to leave that open. I don't care how you do it, but we want to spell out what you're going to do.
Right, no, I overthink everything, but not that much all the time. Yeah.
I spoke up.
Did Joseph approve us? Does Councilor Velazquez?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, no, I got so excited that.
I
saw that, yeah. I was thinking, I keep mispronouncing Tim's name a little bit. I don't know why it's never happened before. I noticed the Z today, right? Okay, good.
Any other questions for us? Thank you, guys. You guys have a wonderful evening. Appreciate the opportunity to work with you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marlon. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much. That was another quick 15-minute presentation. Okay, I'm trying to get the resolution. Okay, so at this time, we're going to open up the public hearing for 2023-18 to renew the local option levy to fund the police. I will take any public comment on that.
And,
Any online?
right, so this is to renew the public option at $1.80 per thousand and put a measure on the November ballot. And this will substantially fund the police department.
Any public comment online? Any hands raised? Okay, and I don't do the reading in.
The reading.
Do we read the resolution by title?
You can do it after you close the hearing, but
Okay.
either way.
Okay. We're doing one reading.
Well, this is a resolution, so I think the resolution is a single reading.
Okay.
Yeah, that's,
Sorry.
it's okay, I agree.
Okay, so no public comment. I will close the public hearing portion of it. We got 2023-18. Page 20. Thank you. Now next is page number.
We just,
It does have a page number.
Yeah.
Some of them, it was weird, some like stopped in the middle of it and then, in the 40s, it's like the top left corner. It's all over the field. It'll get fixed.
And I have a question too.
All right, go ahead.
So, I kind of forgot, but I thought, did we decide at budget to go from $1.80 to $2? Or was it $2.20?
The budget committee, which I wasn't at, but you guys recommended 220, and so that's in the budget. That's the question, but we had, I think, already had previously decided 180.
Right.
I'm not trying to sound argumentative, but I do not remember 220. I thought it was $2, because I had 40 cents, I mean, I was hesitant with 20 cents. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I shouldn't say, because obviously the vote is the vote. But 40 cents.
I think it was 2.
I thought it was 2 too, and that's why I'm asking.
We're talking about the 180 to.
Yeah.
No, we're just asking if it would, like, we're not talking about it, we're just talking about if in the meeting it was 2 or 220, what the number was.
So I think Nancy Frazier made a motion to make it $2.
Was that the final? I can look up the minutes.
I think it matters what we say right now.
Yeah.
I say $1.80.
Well, what did we budget? What did we budget at?
Well, that's
It's
the
what matters,
question.
what's gonna pass what the voters gonna say yes to. That's all that matters. It's the only thing that matters right now.
The resolution I'm saying says I'm reading says $1.80.
Right,
I know
so,
that was another, that was gonna be
Okay, sorry.
my other question. And
Sure.
I don't have a problem where we land, but I just don't remember the 220. I can't,
so
I
That
can't.
seems like a lot.
Yeah.
It's not $2.
Well, so I remember David telling us every 10 cents equaled 15,000. We were on 30,000. That was gonna add 30,000 to the police budget. But this, I don't know how we got to 220 on this.
What?
Are you trying to pull up that meeting in?
Yeah, I was gonna just try to pull up the minutes of it.
Okay.
Okay, it's super important,
But it's the actual resolution is 180. Oh, but we're trying to figure out what it was budgeted.
It is,
Yeah.
but the recommendation here says 180 per thousand to 220 per thousand was a recommendation. I just don't, I don't even think I would have voted for that.
No, and if I'm not mistaken, I wrote that staff report on the fly, and I think I put in some fudge words where I said my recollection or something, it was 220. Yeah, I
But
did.
your recollection was just like I just stated, 10
Well-
cents per, or 15,000 per hit
For
every
every
10
10
cents.
cents, yep, and,
It's exactly right.
and so, but I couldn't remember, I feel like the 220 figure was at least raised, and that might have been, what David Johnson.
Oh, it was
recommended.
raised. It was
Yes.
spoke about.
And I couldn't remember where it settled.
I
So
think it settled
It was
at
down
two.
to
Okay.
$60,000.
Right.
Close to what we needed.
I think we agreed that it would be wonderful, but we also agreed that we would not possibly have a police.
Because we're using the general fund.
Yep. Nope, I agree. So, and either way, and so.
Okay, here, I found it.
Okay, good.
I found it, the final one was $2, what the budget, committee,
Good.
passed.
Okay, so now I guess my second question would be, we budgeted for 220, but there's already talk about going back down to 180. How does that, well, I guess it affects our budgeting only. Am I correct on that?
So if what you're saying is correct, if it was 10 cents per
It's 30,000.
30,000 or 15,000 per 10 cents, is that what it was?
It's 15 per 10 cent check,
So, yeah, so it's gonna be, if we go back, we
30,000.
lose, it's $30,000.
So I think we could figure that portion out possibly, but legality wise, we're not legally tied to what we budgeted for.
Correct. The budget is a forecast, and then
Okay.
the spending is based, on there's spending forecasts as well. Sometimes you don't even spend everything you budget.
No, but the key is that the expenditures that they watch more than the resources, so if we don't get that, we won't get in. If it's 10%, I think.
Yeah.
Is that the police chief out there?
Yes, it is.
I don't know if he wants to speak to this or not.
I just want a police force at the end of the day.
Well, I think, and that was why, the presentation is a conservative renewal versus an increase. So that, because it's kind of a bird in the hand versus two in the bush, philosophy. And so I think being conservative approach to the renewal, we felt like there'd be a better chance of getting an approval.
I agree
So-
100%.
So that was where that was the genesis of that.
And I wanted to just mention to you guys too, I did some further calculations because I was wondering, well, how much does this cost for people? And so I figured out that the average assessed value in our community, it would be a difference of like $25 per year for going from like 180 to 2, just so we know that, because we know it on one end, so.
So that's very good to have done that calculation.
That's one of the 27 words.
But the problem is, how do we convey that to the citizens in a way that doesn't, that we reach them? And that's been the problem in the past.
We didn't have a political action committee. Well, last time
We did.
we took it to that, and then it failed, and then I did it. So that was great. We had a lot of support. Then we were able to tell our story. Part of the story that we told was that we were lowering the rate, and you save money. That was the lower your tax bill. That was the sale, and I mean.
And we all spoke at town.
I told you.
At town hall. You spoke, I spoke, I believe you
People
spoke.
out there.
Yeah.
People are out there.
So, yeah, I mean, you would probably lay it out like this increase, not talking too much about the increase, would constitute a $25 increase. This would constitute a $25 increase to your household over a year.
That would
or
be accurate.
something along those lines.
That would be accurate, it would be different for every house.
Yeah, one of the things that's really interesting about this is that
So we can vote on it.
if you have a cheapo house, you know, if your house is less expensive, you're paying less. And then the people who have like $1 million house are paying more. So that's like why when it's tied to your assessed value, it's kind of fair in the sense that people who can afford to pay more, and people who can't afford to pay more, pay less. If that makes sense, it's tied to your property tax. So that's sort of a beneficial thing that I see for our community.
So,
But I'm not saying necessarily we should increase it. I'm just saying if we did do it at $2, I just wanted to. I did some-
So we just came out of a public hearing and we're deliberating over this resolution. And what we're talking about, the rate. So I think maybe the clean way to do that would be a motion for whatever rate you want to throw out there. We discuss it, do a vote. If that doesn't work, the other rate goes out and we discuss that until we hammer it out. And then after we get the rate, I can read this resolution.
Motion to accept resolution 2023-18 to renew our public police levy at the current level of $1.80 per $1,000 assessed value.
Second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second discussion.
And that is, just to clarify, this is for 5 years, did we say, or?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Yes.
Yeah, I had it increased to 5 years ago and everybody agreed because 4 years is going by so fast.
But it's the first one.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
so what we did up there when we did a mill increase is essentially what this is the government or municipality would put down a breakdown in your bill that would show per 100,000 at $2. This is going to be your rate per 200,000, for 250,000. They break it down all the way up to $1 million. That way homeowners can look at it and go, well, my house is assessed at 180, it's going to cost me $35. It's a simple way to disseminate it so that people don't go, you know, they know the real number basically.
But we're not gonna, if we go with this, if we go with 180, it's not a mill rate, right? Not an increase, it's just the same.
It's actually an increase from the, 10 years prior,
From years ago, yeah.
which you can sell, that's the whole point.
Which, for all intents and purposes, is a decrease with the way the pricing works. Like, if we don't do increases, then obviously
Well,
you
yeah,
lose
we-
money,
we
but
have
it's more expanded because everything else is going up, so.
That's my point, is that the water bill's going up, their electric bill's gonna go up, their trash is going up, and most of the guys that go along with every raise that's come down the pipe. Now, the law enforcement levy, then there's gonna be a water infrastructure one coming down. What we gotta do, I think, is important as the police levy is you've got to create this look, you gotta create confidence that when the water thing comes along, that they're gonna say, wow, those guys are actually thinking about my wallet. And if we raise everything, it's stuff out there. I'm telling you, it's stuff out there. In my business, I'm making 40% of what I made last year. And I'm making 40% of what I did last year. And prices are through the roof. So that matters, I think.
It does, because at the end of the day, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, Vince, you're going to stop.
Yeah, it is. The cost of materials is just through the roof for anybody that has to fix or buy anything. I get it. I guess I'm gonna throw an opinion out there. My opinion is I'd rather have a police department figure out a way to pay for it as a city than take a chance on not having a police department, because the cities I will mention, Lakeside, to this day still doesn't have a police department. It's pretty much, for that little town, it's a mess up there. Cave Junction is another area where I think they've since worked with the sheriffs to get maybe a little bit of help. But
Our citizens were being victimized every single night before the group, before anything wrong, even under road. was terrible.
We had a rash of business break-ins too that were quite.
Yeah, two, every night, every single night, and we had, you know.
Well, the high school's outside of our area, but it's been broken now twice. And they got the person on camera, but they can't figure out who it is.
And I'll say another thing on that is that, you know, mutual aid, if something goes wrong with high school,
Yeah.
our guys go. Our guys are the first ones there. Or you want some deputy coming from Brookings,
I know.
when their kids are getting shot at or something weird, you know?
Greg, you were next, and then I haven't forgotten about it.
The only thing that sticks to me is David, the only thing David kept saying is that the police force is so underfunded, and now we're just gonna, I mean, we were way in the hole. We need to convey that to our constituents, though, is that the police force is so underfunded, we are negative, like, what did it say, $45,000-$50,000.
Right.
And so that's, I mean, that's what we gotta convey though too, is we're not even paying for a police force.
Well,
So it was 145.
1,000?
Yeah, that's a very important.
what happened to our third?
Yeah, and that's what I'm
phase
saying.
report? What happened to our third phase report? Do we just not have a third? Is that what?
Well, that's the other side.
I mean, we, you know, we certainly can't say that we were funding anything via,
Right.
but we had dedicated traffic, and that was, is it just we don't have the manpower, or why don't we?
I will say the 2 lanes probably changed that some, or going down one lane probably
Well,
did switch
yeah,
it.
but Greg, to your point, what you have to remember is what they see. What your citizen sees. And he sees.
Let's see if he broke though.
And he sees, listen, we all know what's going on, they're working hard. But they see brand new cars, you know, that's what they see. They don't know hang bottom brat price on the black market or whatever, you know. But they see brand new cars. And,
He went to blue.
I would just want to say that, first of all, I believe Hank told us that he felt comfortable with the 180. So that really that makes me feel better about it, because I feel like we really need to support our police department. But I kind of hear what you're saying, Brett, and I also feel like if we're using the rates from 10 or 15 years ago, like the price of living is going up for our police too, and like how are we gonna be able to like hire people who can actually afford to live here and work? So it's like, I mean, everybody's getting the pinch, but I
the
just.
assessment goes up, the property's being assessed at a higher rate, so that raise is occurring.
3%, yeah.
But we're losing out,
It's not like
on
it's
5 years,
just
we're
money.
losing out on that increase.
What's that?
For 5 years, we're losing out on that increase of this at 20 cents.
No.
Yeah, we
don't.
Well, what he said, I mean, we still get
Your property tax is being raised every single year, mine gets reassessed, and every time I get a tax bill, it's like, what the?
It's 3% per year is what it goes up.
It's, yeah, it's 3% unless they come and re-audit your property, which happened to me, and mine went through the roof, so. Yeah, it's tough, it is tough, and it really doesn't matter with anybody sitting at this table. It's, other than we do vote, we live in the city, but it matters what the citizens are gonna do. And that's always, we don't know what they're gonna do.
We know what they've done though.
We know what they've done, and we do have that track record.
And
You're right.
we don't have, I mean, this gets back to what you're saying, Brett, that we haven't done good PR for our police. We have the police report in the paper. It used to be, it sounds like people don't read the newspaper very much anymore. We're not keeping up on that. And I think those of us who get the police reports and pay attention to what's going on really have a sense of valuing what our police do and understanding that. But our citizens don't necessarily have that. So, I mean, kind of long term, it seems like we got to figure that piece out. And I would mention, I had a chance when we were updating our website to go look at our police department page on the website. It's really cool. It's great. It talks about community policing and what Hank's philosophy of policing is. And it just, I mean, I thought, wow, this is great, you know, and how do we get that out?
What
That's
the
part of
people
it.
see is the county jail full, and they see no one going to jail, and they don't know they think, well, the poor police car, this guy, you know, he's doing this and that, and they show up, and I mean, I'm telling you, it might not be as easy sale as you think, because no one goes to jail anymore. They beat the guys back to town, and, you know, do, steal another pack of smokes or whatever they're doing, you know, I don't know. But, I don't know,
I keep thinking that, and I've said it for a long time, we're too small to be a city. At some point, it's gonna come to the point where we just can't run.
well, so Mark Clayton wants to, create a city jail. And, he actually, you remember that, Tim?
I don't
It was right when they started to build the new library. Remember, this used to be the library.
That's when I first come on board.
Right, so this was the library, and, the library, there was talk of library, then Mark started kind of trying to jockey for, that piece to make it a city jail. And, you know, I think that's where, I think ultimately, yeah, that's where you end up going unless the town gets on the ball.
We have a city jail already, man.
Just needs
That's
more,
a nice benefit.
a new,
It's just the new people on the windows.
a new gate, yeah.
That could change things.
Yeah. Could change things, right?
Take advantage of the resources we have.
Look into that window. Well, then we need that. Anyway. Okay, so, I mean, there's strong points on either side. What else are we considering here other than?
So the 20 cents is $30,000.
Yep.
And that gives us half a salary,
Yeah.
or what?
Half a car, half salary,
But, so we were in the hole, how much? You remember, Craig?
145.
I think it was 145
So for a year.
for a year.
So 30,000 doesn't even, I mean, what are the other ideas for?
We gotta get.
We also have to consider that we didn't see the line items of that, and what did we purchase last year that might be outside of the regular, you know, that doesn't mean that we
got a car.
We did.
I don't know.
We got a car, we got some new rifles, and
That's,
in this budget period, so that's not gonna
that
happen.
was last budget, yeah.
But last, sorry, last.
Yeah, I
last
had that
budget
mixed
cycle.
up
Are
too.
the cars good for another
5 years?
year, Hank? Or what do you do, buy half a car a year, is that what you try to do?
Budget for it, yeah.
That's what David always did. He'd set aside a certain amount of money. So like every year and a half or 2 years, I don't remember now, it was 2 years, we'd have money set aside for a vehicle.
And then of our traffic fines, we've got 10% going to roads, which I'm not really sure it's supposed to be. But is there is that just going to the general fund, or is there a portion of that
Yeah,
that pays for the?
It goes into the general fund. And then the general fund goes back, you know, to the department.
That number 3, we're missing number 3, aren't we?
What do you mean?
Officer 3, we're missing our traffic officer.
The last officer we hired is 4, and he's still training. Hasn't counted yet by himself, but he's nearing the end of his training cycle because he's retired from elsewhere.
And
That'll be number 4. He'll be back. It'll be like when we had Levi, we had 4 then.
And then that's when things seemed pretty good, as far as, I don't even want to say it, but.
Traffic enforcement is definitely easier to do when you're up to staff. We have not been up to 4 staff since Levi left.
Well, 4 pays for number 3.
Over half a year. Well, originally that was 3 was supposedly going to pay for half of its own salary with traffic enforcement before I was here. And then you and I and everybody who did the committee sold number 4 as a traffic officer. And everything's changed since then. It is, you made the point, one of you made the point about the road being different. That has made an effect. But I also believe just our effectiveness, the word has gotten out. So there's not as many people violating as there was when we first started the program. So how do you weigh that? There's value there. The road changed things, made things slow down, and then the fact that people know before they get here, if they do any Googling, don't speed. So that's made a difference.
And you know, with the ODOT work, theoretically, that's going to slow that down even more, so we have to think of it in a way that maybe we couldn't even get back to what we previously had, you know, with 7 officers, if the opportunity's not there.
To go back to your $100 conversation you were just having, if you think about it in perspective, for as long as I can remember, Grants Pass City has been $1.79, I think it is, for their 3-year levy. So when we went, before I came here, 5-year levy, and I think you guys started at $1.80, if I remember right, hasn't changed.
Actually, it was $1.09.
It was $1.09.
Oh, that's right, we did drop it 10 cents, that's right. So I don't know, I'm comfortable with it, as if we're going to have up against other things and that make it difficult to sell any levy, $1.80 seems better than not having a success at all.
Well, that was my comment. My comment was I'd rather figure out a way to come up with 30,000 than a way to keep citizens safe with no police department. That's the scary side of a no vote.
We had one department, you know, we talked about that, we had.
Yeah, that would work.
Forget it. You'd be a full-time mental health officer, basically, because that's even shifted somewhat in, how many years have you been here, Hank?
34 in the business, almost 9 here, and
9 years.
It's changed here just a
He
lot.
came here for 5, and he's here 9, and it was a different place when he came. We didn't have as much mental illness. These guys are spending a lot of time with mental illness.
Nowhere in Southern Oregon, where we used to work,
agree.
it's changed a lot everywhere.
Hey, Hank, are there any other like funding opportunities through grants and stuff like that have to do with the mental illness stuff?
I never have the time to dig into that. It would be wonderful if somebody at the city level would dig into that.
Well, I'm just even wondering, is that like, I'm just kind of wondering, are there other revenue streams for that? It's not in my.
I know things like COPS grants in the years past are dangerous, because if you don't match your funds and follow the rules, you get in big trouble.
And what are those
Grants are funny before my time here, and that's out of another agency I worked at before I was there.
And what about those HIDTA or whatever those are?
I've only really followed the COPS ones, and I'm afraid I just shy away from it.
And I'm not to cut this off, it's important, but we do have a motion and a second on the table, so I don't want to get too far off.
I mean, I think everybody's kind of got an opinion which way they want to go, and this isn't my motion isn't a motion that I have to win. I'm not trying to convince anybody, I'm just trying to talk about both sides of the apple. And
Nothing says conversation better than motion.
You have the motion for 180.
I have the motion as it's written here, that came, it's not recommended from the budget committee.
I totally understand where you're coming from on that, and I'm comfortable with going for it, but I do wonder, what are we gonna do? You know, are we ever gonna then raise it? Are we gonna always keep it what we had it 10 years ago? And how are we gonna get out of that?
I like your idea, though. I like your idea of, let's just say we did this, and then we have a police force for 5 more years. We really, and I know it's easy to get lost, but we really start right away promoting our police department. We get out, we have town halls. Yeah, it may take us an hour to sit down there, maybe nobody will show up, but at least we tried and try and explain what the situation is, that we worked hard to get it from 190 to 180. We've been able to keep it 180 now for the end of this will pass will be 10 years, and the next one included. But we're not always going to be able to keep it this. And then we can explain what the average house values are, what it's really going to cost you. And like John suggested, maybe put it out on the water bill, which I don't know we can legally do, because I don't think the city can advocate for that kind of stuff.
You give them factual information.
But I need to reiterate what Brett said earlier, and that's that the taxes do grow. And I, just in my work, I look at the LGIP accounts. I see the tax distributions each month, and it has went up substantially in the last 3 years, and property values are growing.
Correct.
So I just want to reiterate that it's still growing with everything else.
Isn't the budget like $500,000 more?
I didn't look at this year's numbers, but it is 3% unless you do improvements on your property, which so many people have, and then that's caught up too. We're catching up. We have a county that actually, that department is doing their job.
Yeah.
Sure, they did it. Well, I shouldn't say they did, and I'm just gonna say they didn't have the staff to go out and redo these properties, which they're doing now.
They hit mine every year, there's one on the roof.
Yeah.
Every season, they come by every single year.
That's because it was a new building.
Well, I don't know why, I don't like it.
Well, they came to mind, and they said, you mind if we poke around? And I said, do I have a choice? And she said, yeah, you tell me no, and I said, no, but no. Then I got the bill, and I was like,
It's
no.
all concrete, it's concrete, you pour concrete, it costs it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I think we're at that point. I'm gonna call for the vote. Counselor Taggy,
Yes.
Counselor Webb,
Webb, yes.
Counselor Burns,
Yes.
Counselor Rask,
Yes.
Counselor Pavlik,
Tim, yes.
and Counselor Valesis.
Yes.
I gotta quit calling you last. I can't. That's right. Okay, so resolution 2023-18 is passed.
Does that have the language, I'm sorry, does that have the language on it?
Yes.
The language is an exhibit,
I must have not.
We didn't discuss that.
We didn't discuss that language, but,
the word count and all those.
well, just what it said, we
We have to set
realized
that.
how important
Yeah.
that was,
And it,
last time.
it goes into SEL form and such, so, but that's the language that would go on the form that it's saying.
So the thing that is, I was wondering about the language is that the end, it really focuses on how much money we're raising.
That's
Makes-
required.
That's required, because that's what makes it sound like, oh, you're getting a lot of money here, which of course we do need for.
But if we
So I don't remember that, I don't remember those numbers on the bottom.
Well, that's when we were focusing on the 27 word portion of it, and I don't know if we were ever looking at the whole.
Because what what this will say is this, a vote yes, a yes vote may raise your taxes by whatever it said. And,
But it will not raise because we're renewing.
well, that's the thing, is that it doesn't, I don't see renew.
In the ballot question, shall the city renew?
Right. Well,
This
if,
measure
if,
renews.
yeah, I see that, but when you read this, the summarizing the measure and measure stack, I don't see.
That was the confusing part last time.
That's why everybody dumped it last time, was because they thought it was an additional.
Correct.
That's the level that you need to kind of get down to, and I'm not trying to say our constituents are ignorant, but they count on us to make a lot of decisions for them. And that's why representative government is so great. They don't have to, they can think about their children and baseball and what's in the refrigerator. But in this case, they're not as educated as we need them to be.
I think it actually looks pretty good. Can we make minor adjustments in this sentence?
What do we got?
I was thinking, what if we make the last sentence of the first paragraph, instead of using the word imposed, if we say the local option tax renewed by this measure, the local option tax from this measure will be renewed for 5 years, instead of using the word imposed, because then that keeps up with the renew, continue.
Or enacted.
Yeah, the local option enacted by this measure will be for 5 years.
So,
But I still think renew is better than impose or enact, because then that makes it sound new. I like renew.
The impose seems to have a negative connotation.
I can make that change.
Yeah, I think that we can wordsmith this. We did not know how important some of these words were until it failed us. And then we looked and said, oh my goodness,
I think if we change that last sentence, to me, it looks pretty darn good. I think it's focused on renewing. And it says what the problem is. If this doesn't pass, then we'll have to eliminate.
Yeah, this is the first time I got to see this.
But I want
to. It seems almost like a lawyer wrote it. I'm just saying, that's what I'm looking at, I'm just telling you. That, anybody?
How dare you?
It is simple, I mean, again, will our constituents understand that?
Well, I can
I
try
do,
to.
you do.
Well, I borrowed so I was concerned about the success of even having our ballot language be accepted by, the people who accept the ballot language. And so when you say it sounds like a lawyer wrote it, a lot of ballot measures have to be reviewed by lawyers. Our lawyer did not write this. I borrowed heavily from other ballot measures that were successful. So you can go to the Secretary of State's website and find ballot measures. So I started with the ballot measure that we had in 2019, I think, that succeeded. And then I looked at other ballot measures where local option taxes were renewed. And then I also looked at, of course, the mandatory statutory language that you have to have in these. And then, of course, you're dealing with the word limitation. So considering all those factors, there's certain required language in there and a lot. So I did write it, but it's not a lot of original material in there. It was borrowed from things that had succeeded. That was my main goal, was to try to find what measures could I find that were successful, and then I borrowed from those languages.
What I see is like what Ann said, I see if this local option tax measure is not enacted seems to me like a new thing. It doesn't scream renewal to me. Continue.
Okay.
Renewed or continue or
Renewed, yeah.
I think any time that you could say renewed, because that's really what John was saying. Thought it was a whole new tax.
Yeah, I think that's a great addition.
Good. So 2 times use the word renewed, 2 more times in there.
This is
Good.
like,
Yeah.
I mean, it looks good, and I understand that you're going to take
Sounds on it.
Okay.
Okay, so we did accept this resolution, but I think by consensus, we could probably make that wordage change.
Yes.
And
Okay.
then that last part of the estimated, the amounts,
That's required.
Yeah, and then John, the 50% voter turnout, isn't that for a special election?
That is correct. That gets struck.
That comes off.
Yep.
So that's,
because I'm wondering if it would make sense to have the actual cost, the annual cost of the fire department, the police department.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I'm wondering if it would be a benefit if everybody knew what it actually costs to run the police department.
I think that's something we should have worked as a team to educate the people on. I don't think that's something.
I think you want this just as simple as possible, as few words.
But I'm just, my thought is that here's the amount we're gonna be taking in, but how much is it actually costing?
So then that takes you back to is what are the people seeing? And are they seeing, 1.5, I don't know what it is, 204, whatever it is, are they seeing, I think that you can give them enough information to either sell it or piss them off. One of them.
Yeah.
And then I don't know. I think that you certainly want to, so what do you got, Don? You're taking out that first line?
So
Strike
50%,
the
50% election, and then I'm going to replace enacted with renewed, and I'm also going to replace imposed with renewed.
Can I just get a motion to accept those stated changes?
Yeah, so I'll move to strike sentence 1 and
50%.
Replace enact with renew and impose with renew.
Now, does that give us room to add anything? Is there anything significant that we could add if we're taking out that?
Yeah, I just think you want short. I just don't think you want to confuse them.
What's the limit of wordage, John? Was there a limit of wordage? 25 words or something like that?
There is a limit of words. I don't have that
Okay.
on me. It's in the statutes. I could probably pull it up on my phone.
Well, I'm just curious. So the purpose of this local option tax measure is to continue funding the operations of the city of Port Orford Police Department. It says it's to continue servicing, but it doesn't say at the current level, or
Right.
something to say that we're not changing the level.
I told you, we might want to have a workshop on this.
How about maintain instead of continue?
It says it under ballot question.
It does say it there.
Yes.
It does say it.
It's just, gosh, it's just, I keep thinking back, how did we fail last
I
time?
know, it hurt,
And
man.
it was verbiage, it was all about verbiage. They thought it was an additional tax on top of the 190 at 180. And we had, what was the number?
And then what you face is you do have to have that 50% turnout on a special election.
And you have
which
to
is-
pay for that special
Right,
election.
which is what we pay, $4,000 or $5,000.
Somewhere it costs the city money.
Yeah, I want to get this right. And to get all the.
But I like having renewed that many times, just 3 times, and it got renewed.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna, for the cleanliness of it, the motion dies for lack of a second.
What was it?
Or did you get a second on your
I think I
motion?
got-
Oh, this was for the changes? I thought that, Joseph, do you remember if the motion to change the verbiage was seconded? You don't remember, or it was
No,
not?
I'll second it.
I don't think it was ever completed.
The only reason I'm saying that is because there was an additional change we were talking about still, so I thought if it died, then we could make a new motion with all the changes. And say,
You just rescinded your second, and I'll say.
well, then over what?
I'll rescind the second, yeah.
I'll rescind my motion. And then you want to talk about this a little bit?
Do you want to add that phrase at the current rate after department in the first sentence? Yeah. The purpose is to continue funding the operations of the police department at the current level.
I think that's the most important part of the message, is let them know that they're not paying an additional fee.
So at the current rate, as opposed to current level, the current rate, you like that?
I like current rate, actually, because.
Levels, yeah, that's like service. I think the level of service.
Right. The rate means at the current rate structure.
Current rate. And then the.
Which sentence are you on?
That's the very first, so we cut the first sentence.
The ballot question?
Sure.
The second, no, yeah, under the statement we're talking about, we cut the first sentence. And then the second sentence after department, we add to the very end of the sentence, at the current rate.
Oh, at the current, I like that.
Yeah.
That's good.
And then we have to say again, the current local option. So it's a little bit bad to have current twice, but we're not writing a novel, so. I'm like, I'll read that twice.
You're gonna have to bend with us.
To strengthen the plot.
Yeah, we could say at the same rate, instead of current rate, or but current is always correct. And then we did the review, so should we make a motion for all these, so we can try to do that with all the changes that we're doing? Okay, so,
Maintain it.
or is there more discussion?
John, by the way, your version was really good. It's just that we've been through a failure once before and we're nervous. So,
I get it.
okay.
Is there any merit to saying maintaining the 2020, 2018 to 2023 rate?
I got the reduction, enjoy the reduced.
The reduced rate that was established in 2000.
Yeah, okay, at the reduced rate established when?
2019.
In 2019. So that would be saying the purpose of the local option tax measure is to continue funding the operations of the City of Port Orford Police Department at the reduced rate established in 2019.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
And then we say,
feasible though?
Wow, that's the title?
no, this is down, and we're
That's
talking
the-
about the statement.
Changing it.
We're down in the statement. We're wordsmithing the statement. I
Okay,
think the title is perfect. Renew local option. The ballot question, I think, is good. And so now we're just,
we're in the statement.
we're in the statement.
Okay,
So I'm gonna aim to make a motion for this statement, okay, with our changes. I make a motion that we, change the statement, we adopt the statement with the following changes. we're going to strike the first sentence. The end of the second sentence, we're going to add, at the reduced rate established in 2019. In the fourth sentence, we're going to change enacted to renewed. And then in the fifth sentence, we're going to we're going to remove imposed, and we're going to use the word renewed there. But you might have to wordsmith it slightly because it's not exactly grammatically correct, but we're going to change that word.
And the word count is gonna be 175, so I will,
You should have, you should have space because of getting rid of that first sentence. Right?
Not what you said, 175 words.
We're removing 17 words and we're adding 7, so we should be okay.
Oh, no, yeah.
No, we just.
those mandatory words, of the 50% and whatnot don't count towards account.
So it's 175 words total we can put. I thought it was 25 words.
The valid title of any measure other than a state measure to be initiated shall consist of a caption of not more than 10 words, a question of not more than 20, and a concise and partial statement of not more than 175.
I hate to ask this after that beautiful motion. Was there a second yet? But regardless, do we need to put, this is super clerical, but do we need to put to renew the local option levy for funding for the police department from 2023 to
It's a
2028? I mean, just in the title. I know it's in the body, but I didn't.
The title can only be 10 words, I think.
Okay,
So,
that answers that.
yeah. And here's what I would propose. After we do this, we take a recess. I will go write up the change, and then we can come back and do the final vote.
Okay, so should we have a second before we do that?
Oh,
Does anyone have a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll call for the question. Counselor.
Did you get a second?
Yes, we got a second. Counselor Burns.
Yes.
Counselor Webb.
Councilor Webb?
Webb, yes.
Counselor Taylor.
Yes.
Counselor Cobbin.
Yes.
Counselor Bass.
Yes.
And Counselor Palacios.
Yes.
You ladies don't get offended that I don't call on you first.
Oh, you can't imagine how much.
We need to make a
I've
motion.
been
to extend the
meaning
meeting?
that, but.
Beg your pardon? Oh, to extend the meeting?
Over 2 hours.
Oh, gosh, we haven't even
Well, we'll have to
gotten
wait
to.
because we just recessed.
Okay, Roger.
Afterwards.
Ma'am, are you here for citizens' concerns? Okay. Trying to see if we can help out. Otherwise.
Are we in recess?
Yes.
Yeah, we are recessed at 7:37.
Back
We
in?
started at 5:34, so really it's only 3 minutes over. But the engineers, that introduction took about 2.5, so we're getting total recess. 'Cause we're in recess, so technically.
Good catch.
Athletic reflexes. Yeah, athletic reflexes.
So I,
Yes,
the
last
other,
one.
it's like 3 meetings, I didn't eat beforehand, and I was about like ready to die. So like today I got, I'm eating
I was
early.
going to.
Good.
So that's right, you made it dinner, and
We have to like order a pizza at 8 exactly or something.
Maybe we should strike that.
By consensus.
We should.
Any meeting after 8 o'clock is pizza.
The question is,
Rotate around.
the question is, what kind of pizza shall we order?
Oh, shit.
No, we're not gonna eat right now. We're gonna get 2 pizzas for everyone in the council. Not everyone, but for everyone to share. One of them will be cheese, one of them will be pepperoni, no argument.
There you go.
Oh, no, I'm a large Rick, sorry, no mushrooms.
Not at work.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, I am so psyched that they're making progress on the dredging permit though. Oh my God, that's like makes me so happy. I
Well,
gotta tell you, I'm just
That
like-
is very good, but I was thinking that we had abandoned the whole 25 yards. I'm glad to hear we're just getting 25 yards.
Well, the problem is, it's gonna take a
Oh,
Oh, I know.
years to even get it, so that's why we have to do it, yeah.
Well, you know, I'm surprised, did you notice in his, I'm sure you did, so we had a dredge.
Been a long time.
12 years, is that what you said?
Something like that. It's 12 years and we only have 1 year's worth of cubic yards of sediment in there.
Well, I think,
2,200 yards?
I think that they give us that big permit just so that we can do it. I mean, I don't think we're gonna remove, I think the good news is once we remove it, we're not gonna have to remove that.
I just thought there would be way more in 12 years is what I thought.
Well, and you know, it's interesting, it was taking me a while to like figure out how you read this bathymetric map, but it's like 4 feet deep and or less, you know,
Oh,
in
yeah.
many places. It's,
Yeah. I'm pretty sure small children.
Yeah, and then there's, you know, the new one is like 60 and 70.
Yeah, I'm sure it's really more. You know, the problem we're gonna have too is it gets so shallow and warm, we're gonna have more, a lot of vegetation in there.
So do you notice out of your tap this time of year, the water's way warmer than it usually, I'm not talking that even in the middle of winter, I'm just talking even 2 months ago. Water coming out of my tap is way warmer than it was 2 months ago. You don't notice?
That'd be nice.
I noticed in the morning right away, when I brush my teeth, that the water has been. But we're at the end of the line, basically.
Yeah.
So that could have something to do with it. But
It
you're.
probably does.
I'm not far.
You're not far from the end
Yeah.
of the line, correct?
So you guys, when did they, somebody asked me, when did they start allowing the drilling of wells in the city?
It's
From the
always,
very beginning,
it's always been.
there wasn't a treatment at the beginning.
So it's always been okay to drill your own well? She seemed to think it was not.
It just, when the plant went in, they didn't say that you couldn't just do a well. Everybody had.
Yeah,
And some of the people have continued to operate their well.
sure.
And some have put in wells in and.
Someone bought tanks and cisterns and just caught water.
Right.
What is that guy's name? But it was the first time I realized that you could do that.
Well, I think you can do it, but I don't think according to the state of Oregon, you're supposed to do it.
No, it's their water.
Yeah.
If it goes in,
It's a ground.
yeah, if it's your roof and you pay tax on that roof, then it's their water.
But it just seems like the people should be able to utilize that water for garden
Yeah.
plants. I mean, if that's the biggest crime in the world, then it's not a bad.
It's
thing.
Yeah.
I
I
think,
know lots of people who catch rainwater.
Right.
I think it's great for gardens and such.
Yeah.
yeah,
The only problem I've had with it is like you do it and then you use it so quickly. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, you really have to have a huge
Okay.
tank to make it work for your garden.
Yeah,
You have like a couple of 50 or 100 gallons, like.
So you got the giant black one,
Yeah.
and then it's all full of bugs or something.
I've never gotten around to getting one of those massive ones. I thought about it, and I'm like, well, then I'm gonna have this like
Big time.
big chunk of my yard.
my neighbor has 3 or 4 of those on the, but Mather, half of Mather's county, so one piece of his property is county and one piece of his property is city. I don't know which he has those set on, but I don't think he has water other than that.
Which one?
On Mather, with the black tanks all over the property. What part of it's county?
Everything on the right, if you're going down Mather, is city. But we do have 1 or 2 connections on the county side, because there's a, county comes down a little ways and bumps out around a couple of lots where that new cabin area is built.
Right.
Those 2 or 3 lots are within the city, they have water. In fact, one guy on the very corner of Mather that's in the county, has city water. Or city sewer, 1 or 2.
Down the corner.
Right at the very corner, right, you turn in on the right-hand side,
Oh, yeah,
across from Tom's old place.
right.
Yeah, some reason that guy's got a sewer tap, he's in the county.
And Tom, if I'm not mistaken, only had water, didn't have sewer. He has his own sewer.
Does he have a septic?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that in the property listing,
Yeah.
but maybe.
Yeah, I think you and I talked about it. And
He
somebody,
did.
actually, the neighbor was looking at that property, but he didn't want to buy it.
They have like a water bottle in there, I never know.
Yeah.
So
Maybe,
you,
yeah, well, it's not that deep, that. But he's down
Somebody
like
talked
you.
to you, you told them that'd be 30 grand.
I didn't tell him anything.
There's a stuff, I don't know, there's a sewer drop right in front of
Yeah,
the house.
there is.
It's
We
like,
could do it easy. Yeah, pay the $5 grand to hook up. And,
I've told somebody bought it.
I heard there was a viable offer.
Oh, okay.
Went fairly cheap, really, for that great building, nice lot, big shop.
Yeah.
That wasn't a bad buy, actually. It was bad.
In here?
Well,
Yeah.
Chad was in there redoing some stuff.
Wasn't that, somebody told me that was the old driving chamber?
That was a prosecutor. Yeah.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, the loop, the loop stop was 700. And I don't know if they call it that.
That's why everything's.
Every once in a while, my eyes
Before there was a, before the highway.
So the seventies was a good
I
dollar.
don't know. I think it was 50s.
Yeah, it
Oh,
was
okay.
time, you know.
I don't remember, I remember being down in the late seventies with my dad, and I was.
Do you remember if that was still a
And
possible
she,
back then or not?
recently.
The people that sit there and told me and tell them about it, I don't remember.
Well, there's a lot of houses over there, I'll tell you that.
I know, so I'm like.
Lots of them like that, but a year ago.
Yeah.
Stripped and being built.
But that's the tax revenue we need.
Yeah, absolutely, that would be to help maintain 18th Street. You know, that's my biggest argument with that stretch. There ain't a single taxpayer on it, everybody using it.
Yeah.
But they want us to spend $1 million to repave it.
So there's not a single person in the city that lives on that road?
Well, the last house at the top there,
Yeah.
that's the last of the homeowners, until you get to Mark's property, it's up to the lot past it.
Yeah.
That's actually the city, it's right up the reservoir.
So
That's the home too.
when those folks can.
I haven't had to go to it, but my days.
They can form a district, a tax district themselves.
All sorts of stuff.
It's called something.
Well, there's a state grant right now for $250.
Oh, is there?
And if we get Marlon's working on it right now.
Probably get chaperones there.
Yeah, you remember the story?
Cut and patch it.
Why would we listen to this?
I don't know. It's all this stuff. I know, no, and like something I feel like, you know. You get to look there, right, and the road, the furniture was down there. So the county was gonna pay their portion of it, stopping laws for each city. I know they have to get back onto that as well. I used to go to the. I know that there's a, but now you should lost it with a real thing. Well, you know what? Do we have? You go 2 hours on the.
Yeah, we have
Yeah. Yep.
It's great.
Yeah, no, good work. Yeah, this is like. Oh, no.
Why do we do this stuff?
We're supposed to have a couple little, learn how to see, which is sort of cool. People don't even know, it's, there's no one know it, just holds you up.
Yeah, I think it's.
Good. No, again, it's,
And it's
just fun.
It was a good process. It sounded like we finished it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he's got another car.
Dude, he's a great sign.
Greg was smart. He
I'll bring it in, what?
He went Mr. Davis. He went to Mr. Neds before.
It's like bacon.
Okay.
How do you get it out?
No.
How do you get it out?
Yeah.
Well, you know, this is the way.
I mean, we can get a consensus on that real quick. Right. Everybody's back. We'll reconvene this meeting at 7:49. I'd entertain a quick motion to extend the meeting.
I'd make a motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. Counselor Webb.
No.
Counselor Tidy.
No.
Counselor Burns.
Yes.
Counselor Podler.
You win, it makes you vote whether to take it back. There you go.
Yeah, we saw an executive
See,
session.
this is fun, no.
Counselor Rath
Yes.
and Counselor Valencia.
Yes.
So we got that. Yeah, I'm the guy that wants the Christmas meetings. I'm like, yeah, absolutely. We're extending the meetings.
We had a 50-50 chance.
It's called a glutton for
We were all
punishment. Like you can't get enough of it. Okay, so we have our new wordage in front of us. It reads, the purpose of this local option tax measure is to continue funding the operations of the City of Port Orford Police Department at the reduced rate established in 2019. The current local option tax revenue measure expires June 30th, 2024. If this local option tax measure is not renewed, the city will be forced to eliminate in whole or in part the police department because there are insufficient property tax revenues to pay for both general city operations and to fully fund the police department. The local option tax renewed by this measure will be for 5 years, beginning fiscal year 2024-25. All right. So could I get a motion to
I
accept?
move that we accept the motion, the resolution as it's stated. Whatever.
All right,
That's the
first
right
or
word.
second. Any other discussion on that? I'll give you one more second to go over it. Okay, I'll call for the vote. Counselor Velisis,
Yes.
Counselor Rask,
Yeah.
Counselor Tidy,
Yes.
Counselor Webb,
Webb, yes.
Counselor Burns,
Yes.
Counselor Tim,
Tim,
Counselor. Used to be Mayor Tim, so I guess I got confused. Okay, so we are gonna, citizens' concerns, boy, it sure seems like.
Are you citizen?
Technically, yes, but also technically, no. Before we move on, can I get who seconded that motion? I didn't.
I hear you. And technically, you're a citizen all the time regardless.
Okay.
You just have to do, just you can't do some things as a citizen sometimes. Consider it probation. Okay, any other citizen, or any citizen concerns about items on the agenda? Okay, we'll not try to push through departmental report. Oh, is there any citizen concerns online? Is there anyone online? A few.
Nobody has their hand raised.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna move on to departmental reports. Let's try to tighten this up as much as we can. I mean, we've got our written reports. We'll start with it. Admin. John, what do you have for us?
Hey, thank you. Well, this might be appropriate, but I wanted to talk to you guys about meetings. I heard that you want to have fewer meetings and shorter meetings. I don't think that's possible so much. I'm recommending or suggesting or hoping you'll agree with me that I'd like to have more meetings and shorter meetings. But what I'm talking about is every couple of weeks, because currently you all meet once a month. Your regular meetings once a month on the third Thursday of the month. And I've got to tell you, there's times where we need to do things quicker than 30 days. And so, the other thing I don't want to do is anytime we need something to happen fast, we schedule a special meeting and scramble. So I'd like it just be more regular, and every couple of weeks we have a business meeting, and then in between if there's a workshop topic. So I'm trying to manage the workload. It's always, hard to exactly say what'll happen. So if I don't hear, if you want to talk to me about that, that's just what I'm hoping to do. Again, come talk to me if you have any real heartburn about it, or if you want to talk about it amongst yourselves, to have more and fewer meetings. We have a lot of things going on that have to be done, especially we get into these grants and all the things we have to do to meet once a month. I just don't think is even practical or possible.
I could see maybe doing 2 a month, and then if either a meeting could turn out to be shorter because we were catching up, or we could decide down the road to go back to one. But it seems like to me, there's too much to get into one meeting. Here we are again tonight, it's going to be another 2 hours.
I agree, and that's, when we had our time with Gary Milliman, he at the end kind of gave us his words of wisdom, what I would do, and it was have workshops and meetings, because you have too much work to get done, so. I think.
And under that line of thought, we might want to have special meetings instead of workshops so that we could take action.
business.
If
Thank
we
you.
had to, just to speed that up.
Very good. Well, okay.
Good idea.
All right.
I'd rather meet and take action than not get in trouble.
Okay.
Yeah, you can, like literally.
Good. I'll keep that in mind, but it sounds like there's some level of consensus.
And just for the record, I'm the one that said I don't want this many meetings.
You were having a rough time, right, at that moment?
Well, yeah, I was having some other meetings too.
Yeah.
If the idea is that we'll have shorter meetings.
That's the goal.
And so for me, when there's a meeting, I am unable to go to work that day. And I mean that day. I don't just pop in for the meeting. So if it was pushed back to is there any interest in starting at 6? I'll do it. I'll be here. Is 6 too late or 5:30?
It's okay for me.
I don't think it's too bad if we shorten it up.
If it's short enough, but I don't want to keep doing 3-4 hours.
No, well, you're not, the productivity just goes straight.
I think we all have to kind of recognize that we all really like to chat it up. And so to make the meetings go, we're going to have to either figure out how to say what we want to say and then move on, or I don't know.
I just need to get more glares at me, I think.
I enjoy talking to you all, but it's sort of like the overall ultimate goal of the problem is.
There's also a function of when I came in, you all had a list of things you wanted done, and so we're trying to get down that list. And then tonight's an example. We had to do the levy, and we have to do the transient or the short-term rental, and then put on the emergency committee didn't exist in the books, and there's just so I'm trying. And then with the first few weeks, listen, end of the year at fiscal, you always have big meetings, especially with budgets and stuff. So anyway. Some of this can't be avoided, but to wait 30 days, I don't even have the patience to wait 30 days to bring you guys stuff to do. So anyway, Tim, I didn't hear from you.
Personally, I've done the 2 meetings per month. I'm not in favor of them. I think you guys will find out. Hopefully they pan out like we just spoke, shorter meetings, because if they don't, I have no interest in them. But I've done 2 meetings. You walk out of one and it's like you're walking into the next one in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So anyway, I totally understand what's going on. I'll do my best to be here. I can't guarantee you that I'll be here for the second meeting, but I will do my best.
Very good. Then the next thing I want to talk about briefly is I have yet to put out a job advertisement. We don't have a finance director. And I know that it's sort of my job description, but I do not know the Tyler Technology, which is our QuickBooks or whatever you want to call it, and it does so much. When David was here helping on the budget and otherwise, he can pull up reports and do all kinds of things. And also, Dina is asking for someone. What I would like to do, I think, once things get a little more, under control, or the pile of backlog things gets whittled down, I really feel like me half-time and half-time finance director, but of course, I've got decent I don't know, seasoning in this type of role, and David has exceptional institutional knowledge. A perfect world would be him have time and me have time, and that way you only pay one salary. I don't hold out any expectation that David would, be amenable to that. But really what's gonna have to happen is I'm gonna have to put out an advertisement for the position, and perhaps even my position, even though currently, again, I can work in limited hours, but I don't know because I don't even know if we have a budget. We budgeted for a finance director in this budget.
Well, so I don't believe we budgeted,
Yeah.
but because of errors, paying the auditor, what it costs to have an audit done in a regular year, and what we're paying extra would pay for the finance director this year. So that's where the money comes from,
Okay.
in my mind.
Yeah.
I don't know when the appropriate time to throw this out there would be, but I have been talking with the president of the Port Commission, and we were going to at least start the conversation with the city of maybe sharing some sort of financial, help, because we need it, and it's super preemptive. It has not been presented to my commission, but it is a conversation that we might explore a little bit if you were amiable.
So an intergovernmental agreement to employ one person to do the finances for both?
If it would help. I mean, just as an angle, like I say, it's very early in the conversation.
And that, I had mentioned this to you too, Pat. I think that's a really cool, possible creative idea. There was the idea of, the mayor of Gold Beach had mentioned that at one point too. Maybe there's another small city that could share. That's a way that we might be able to get a halftime.
Okay.
Because the port shared a manager before,
Yep.
and it was a train wreck.
Well,
So that can go bad too.
I would like to think the finances are a little more, I'll call it siloed or compartmentalized.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to think so, that person wouldn't have a lot of conflicts or any of that kind of stuff.
That's what we want. We want bean counters to just give us math.
Okay, well, that's that, so again, I do need to put some stuff out. I don't want you to think it's anything about me. Again, if this thing could work out a half and half, and I'd be here as long as it took, but I will also be here as long until we get a qualified, good replacement to all go around, so.
Is there any legal requirement so you started as an intern, and so that you have your foot in the door, but do we have to do the procurement process or go through the motions of advertising your position, or is it okay to just go from interim to a full-time position and not?
Boy, I don't know that interim, again, that's a better question for Shayla when you ask about legal, but I don't know that interim has any sideboards or, that it actually has I don't know what that technically means.
Yeah, well, remember there was that thing down at the county where they hired somebody interim and then it was like 6 months, and after 6 months they had to leave.
I think it would be foolish if we were going to hire a full, fill those boots, not to go out, not to go out.
Yeah.
Well, good.
I mean, and I'd be willing to bet dollars and donuts that the experienced guy that we've grown to understand would probably be the best pick, but it's just, you just can't assume.
Well,
Are we gonna have a conversation with David then regarding what he may be flexible about, or?
I've had conversations with him, and he did express that his experience helping us prepare the budget was satisfactory. So, and by the way, what I've heard to even hire can be a 6 month to a year process anyway. So I don't want anyone to think anything would happen fast. And by the way, my understanding of things is there's a lot of places clamoring for finance, management, even public safety, public works. I mean, I think every department of every city, and even probably some private enterprises, are having a hard time finding qualified people to do work for them. So I'm under no illusion that it'll be a snap to get somebody.
And maybe we could cut David into helping us do the hiring process and maybe even some training.
Yeah.
You know, if it didn't work out.
Yeah, no, I think, a contract work, it could be a solution. So anyway, I just want to let you know that I've got to start doing some recruiting, because it's going to take time. And so, but it's not out of any desire for me not to be here or any of that kind of stuff. I'm really enjoying the work. So then, ODOT. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, one of the things that we had on the agenda earlier this spring was the idea of actually looking at the composition of the office staff and what's going on there, because we've kind of ended up by, hook or crook, we've just sort of kind of gotten in a place, and I think it was the feeling of council of like, do we really have this set up optimally? Do we want to, make sure the job descriptions are right? And it's kind of in your wheelhouse, and yet we've been through so much transition and upset that it just sort of seems like this is the juncture to kind of have that, to ask that question of like, okay, do we have it set up right? Because, we used to have it differently, and now it's.
No, yeah, sure. I would like to get everybody with a good job description and that describes what they're doing, and then you do the salary survey to make sure they're getting paid what is reasonable and stuff like that. And that'll be on the list of stuff to bring back to you all at another meeting that will be shorter and more frequent.
It's a good start to the process, is nailing down those job descriptions, and then we'll establish what we need, or what boots we have to fill.
And then you heard from our engineers, and they want to do that meeting, and Pat and Ann and John and Crystal and I will meet at the wastewater treatment plant to try to get an idea of, I think you all are familiar that the state legislature, got us, I suppose, $750,000 for our wastewater recycling program, and that money will go to the state of Oregon Business Development Office. And what we want to do is work with John and Crystal to see what would be the best places to put that in the event that, it's going to come our way. So that's going on tomorrow. And then the community center grant update. I think you remember we're going out for a grant in the community center. We got the updated funding expenses from the architect, and he has, just like he did before, he broke it down into community building, Legion Hall, and then combined. And at this point, the community building currently now is at about 1.5 million. Legion Hall is about another 400, and together they're a little more than almost 2 million. And so our grant administrator, the CCD, this fellow Lehigh, who's super sharp, he thinks we should go for the $1.5 million grant on the community building, with perhaps some elements of the entrance and landscaping, and then do the other building at a different time, or use different grant funding, because he thinks we really stand a good chance of getting the CDBG grant funding for the community building. I would agree with that approach, and I've talked to him about, well, if we have a contractor down here and we come up with some other funding, can we have the contractor do that without running afoul of the CDBG grant? He said, sure. So I think there's a good chance we'll get both buildings done, but the CDBG grant application will likely be just the community building. So.
It's the one that's needed more than the.
Thank you. Yes, and I agree, and it just makes so much sense. So I just wanted to let you guys know that, because we talked about both being done, but it looks like based on the numbers and what's available, we're going to kind of constrain that grant, which I think gives us a better chance of success. And it would be so wonderful to have that done. The BRIC grant update, as far as I know, is still in the running, and then the DEQ loan. I don't know if this was clear to everyone on that DEQ loan, but there was a provision in the DEQ loan that our payments to them would be secured by the revenue stream from our sewer bills. And the funny part about that is when we built our outfalls, we used a USDA loan, which was secured by the same stream. And so we're trying to reconcile the USDA with the DEQ. And also they require a lawyer letter to say everything's on real good. And our lawyer has said, well, I'd like it to look like this. And so we're in kind of a taffy pull, but I think everyone's done this enough times that this is gonna come out okay. And, you know, worst case scenario, we ask for the people that we're in escrow with to extend the escrow, but, again, I think, I'm hoping that it'll all come together before escrow and that everything is good, even though I know the funding after we get the agreement signed, we have some time, but, that's what's going on that. And then, we sort of touched on, I don't know if you understood when we were talking to, Marlon today about the work up in our watershed, that there may be some other grants that could help on that. There's another grant that Civil West, I think, is gonna help John Isidore get for 18th Street on a small street, splits a small grant program through somebody. And again, but when we get these grants, I don't know if you guys know what that means, but you have to actually fill out a whole bunch of forms when you're spending the money, and you have to track your expenses and all this. And that goes back to, we need someone in our accounting department who really knows it really well. Dina is doing great, but you know, she's pretty maxed out. And so we've got to get someone in there for that. There are people who do that. And actually, when I was at the county, we used a woman to do she was from like Hood River. We contracted with her to do our budget when I was at the county after our finance director was gone. And she actually had talked to me after we got David under contract. I said, well, we already got, because I had called her trying to get somebody. And after David came under contract, I said, sorry, but I may reach out to her too if I can't get David on board on some kind of basis to do some of this stuff. He's obviously the first choice. So anyway, we have some options. And then lastly, I will also be having some planned absences. The 25th of August, I think that's a Friday. I won't be able to be here. And then I had a prearranged September 11 through 15. That's basically a week in September, second week of September, I think, that I won't be around. So that's really the end of my report, unless there's any questions, and thanks for your time.
So what kind of financial support do we have to get our reports? Or just financials to accept for the year? Like, we probably have a couple months, but shouldn't we be accepting the financials as part of the consent calendar?
Yes, we should.
I'm trying to understand your question. I don't know how things go around here.
Well, we get, the financial reports, like the previous year comparison or the balance sheet, like there's the 3 reports that we should be getting, and then that is part of the consent calendar. We review those reports, and
Very
then
good.
we can pull it out of the consent calendar, if we don't, but that's just, the fiscally minded, responsible thing to do. And it just kind of faded away, I think.
Okay, good. I will take that back and.
Basically just like a P&L.
Yeah,
Even if it's that. Balance sheet, P&L.
Well, we're 1 month into the new year.
No,
less than that,
exactly.
but I can do everything we can on that one.
And then just one more thing. I know it's too late in the game, but has there been any consideration of, because of the expanded new community building, of taking the other one out?
What?
Like removing the Legion Hall and having a nice new building there with maybe a little park or an amphitheater in it that we could get funded where the Legion Hall sat. But maybe, no, I'm making it complicated. We'll just get some money for the community building, and if we need to.
There's a deed restriction on the Legion Hall, so.
Oh, okay, that answers that.
Yeah. Yeah, the kitchen's important.
Yeah, part of the whole, I think, concept of both of them is to, have like different spaces in the kitchen and all that.
Right.
Yeah, and I guess I saw the facade more, remembering that off the plans, and I assumed there was a kitchen built. So.
Yeah, no, because the idea of the kitchen supports the functions that you could have in the community building, weddings and all those, exactly. All right,
Okay.
Thank you, that's all I had.
So I did not know we got the money for the sewer from the state.
Oh, the DEQ loan you're talking about? Or-
No, the 750,000.
Oh, that, so when you say we got it, okay, go ahead, you didn't know we got it, go ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned it, I didn't know anything about that, can you tell me more?
Well, it was a piece of legislation, and essentially there was a large bill that was passed, and it had a lot of allocations, and there was an allocation made for Port Orford for its wastewater recycling program. But the money, I think it said the money will go to the, Oregon Business Development, Department for the purposes of this. And so that's it was like one sentence in a large piece of legislation.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to do is get ahead of the game or be prepared for when the time comes when someone says, hey, so it's Business Oregon, and usually that means it's going to be some kind of a grant, and they're going to say, you need to apply. And so we want to have our stuff that we want to do, in order so that when the time comes, we can act. But I can talk to you more about it offline, and anyone else who wants to know more about it.
It seemed like it had something to do with the golf course.
Well, it didn't mention a golf course at all. It did say recycling program, and the idea I've heard is that the golf course will use our treated effluent, but, again.
So no staff has heard anything about what this money is slated to be used for, I think is what we're reading around the bush. Well, that is what the one paragraph of the legislature did say, is Port Orford Water Recycling Project, and it was literally one
Do you have it right there, John?
Well,
the language itself?
We have the council meeting 2 minutes that were pulled, that Civil West pulled for me. It is for the purple pipe and installation of a pump station.
No, it is not, because I was at that meeting. I specifically asked Senator Smith what that money was gonna be for if it gets answered.
It is for the city's portion.
It's for the city to do its part.
Okay, well, in here it says the city's portion is what Mr. Brock Smith said. So I'm not arguing, I'm just telling you what Civil West brought to me and highlighted it for me. Y'all can look at this. We didn't know we had a portion, Ann.
You're right, that's why I'm saying, I don't think we had a portion of doing the purple pipes.
Did you look at the highlighted? They were supposed to take.
They're supposed to pay for it all.
They were supposed to pay for the pipes. I know, that's what I'm saying. No, I've seen this, I've actually looked at it. Yeah.
Okay, we are.
No, I haven't, I'll look at it.
Administrative report.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
We got through finance, so we go into public works, so this will kind of segue into that, to where we can spend another.
No way, I'll make this quick. I haven't been doing them for a while, so I just threw something together. It was kind of a nice break, not have to do reports every week, so.
Yeah.
I'll try to give you something every month at least, so. I keep in touch with John on a daily basis, it seems like, so, he knows what's going on. The one thing we had odd that wasn't on this was we finally found a propane leak at the community hall that we've been looking for like, 6 months.
Oh my God.
Bottom of the tank was 70% full, and it was a bottom plug that had rotted out, so. We called the oil company, Ronzo came down, took the tank away 2 days ago, I think, and they're bringing another one, they'll set it up on tomorrow. So we should get heat back in there again, and we'll live with the propane heaters. The idea was to change to mini splits like you see over here, but with the upgrade coming in, if we get the grant and stuff, let's just leave what's there. So, and it's on keep full now, and so is the Legion, so we shouldn't have to. There. Other than that.
Do you have any water main breaks this week?
Oh, yeah, we had an interesting one at Hamlet and had to leave them off overnight.
Is there never mind. I figured, I read somewhere somebody turned their water pressure down and it helped, but have you already done all that and stuff?
Well, the main pressure is the main pressure, because we have no pressure zones in the city. I don't know why, there should be pressure zones. Yeah. We should identify that when we go through the draft paperwork to see if we have spikes somewhere.
All right.
But this pipe, and I should have brought the piece with me. It's rotten. The last 3 chunks of the transite is absolutely rotten. The outer layer is coming off of it. It's rotten. And where it broke, Pat can attest to this, it broke at a 4-way wide, but there was just enough to get a clamp on it. Otherwise, it would have been a major deal to pick the road up, change all 4 pieces, and add a whole bunch of couplers to get it back on. So We got lucky and got them back on the next one in 99, because they worked on it until down 11 before I said, let's do it, let's finish it tomorrow. But it's prevalent, the ones on Hamilton the same way, the pipe's rotten, it's 70 years old, and needs to come out of the ground, and, you know, you look at this map they gave me, I was kind of disappointed it wasn't what I said. But it's a start, you know, so we just gotta find a way to get through this stuff, you know, one week at a time.
Anything, John?
Meters, yeah, I was gonna ask, I talked to John a little bit this morning, so Chris, the vendor, was by yesterday to find out what was going on. I said, well, as far as I know, it was approved in the budget, and I didn't know whether I could proceed or not, so.
Weren't we, the last I heard, you had asked for a copy of the agreement, so we could actually like look at what the deal was. Did we ever do that?
We
Yeah,
did.
they were gonna circle
We did.
back with this. for sure.
We did, we got it, and it was $6 per meter.
Yeah, but I mean, I think, wasn't it like the kid came, after that, he came to council, gave a presentation, and then we asked for like, actually, you know, like, see the small print, so we could see the contract.
It was, you guys never got it?
No, and that's where it kind of left off. And regardless, we would have to look at that contract and accept it as a commission. So we're gonna have these questions one way or another before we accept it. So we either need to get them back with us so those questions can be answered before we sign that
I
contract.
can send the contract to Mr. John tomorrow, and he can pass it out to you folks so you can read it. It was a 10-page, super simple,
Right.
lawyer mumbo jumbo in it.
Okay, well, that's what we wanted to see, you know, remember how it felt like, oh, it's too good to be true, we kind of want to make sure we read the details, so that's what we were.
Yeah, no, it washed out, but it looked pretty reasonable to me. And like the guy, I actually asked the question, I said, well, what if we get a pension, we can't pay you for a few months? He goes, well, they're here around, it's not like we can come take them. So it's kind of 9/10 of ownership. But anyway, he did mention something I thought was interesting. If we don't get the BRIC grant, they just funded, I think it was Lakeside or Lakeview. They actually funded their water main replacement the same way as they did the meters. And the city pays a certain fee to them, that stability partners of whatever it is, America, I think. No, it wasn't.
Oh, yeah.
Was it? Okay. But anyway, they do the same thing with water lines if we ever get to the point where we just can't, you know. So I will pass the contract to John tomorrow, and hopefully we can.
You gotta move on that.
Because I know we budgeted it.
We did, and we do have to move on it, but we have to have it reviewed by Shayla, and the contract has to be accepted. And we do have to do our due diligence, to make sure that we're not privatizing our water system like we have had concerns about.
True.
So we do need to definitely
I had-
get on it, though. So maybe we can set up a meeting with him.
Keep
moving.
to kind of.
Well, I mean, we've been waiting for that second meeting, is kind of where I landed on it. We had a lot of transition, obviously, in the last couple of months, and it came out in the wash, but I think everyone was thinking we were gonna have another meeting to hammer out some of the questions before we pulled the trigger.
He's willing.
But I think maybe we were waiting for the contract, huh, and that was the first
Yeah,
part.
that's
of
where we
the next
ended with
meeting.
waiting for the contract. And he's available at any time, so.
Perfect. And that's where the disconnect was. I think you thought we were just waiting for the contract, and then we were gonna be good to go to the budget, and we just wanna talk to them.
Well, I honestly thought you all signed it, agreed to, or.
Well, but even if you budget something, we still have to like review the
Right.
contract before. and then
See,
you
I
accept
thought,
it.
yeah, my bad, I thought that was all.
The small print.
I thought we were past that.
We didn't accept that one last little motion.
John,
Literally, a
I
motion.
have one question for you just related to the water main breaks, which is, you know, I had one in my neighborhood a couple months ago, or maybe, I forget, a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
Whatever.
about a month.
Yeah, and, so, you know, neighbors and I, we all got our notices for the 24, you know, like your water main is broken. And then, or I got one, some other neighbors didn't get them. And then I made a phone call, I never heard back. Another neighbor said they never figured out when it was time. And so I just was wondering, what's the process? Like, who puts those out and like,
Well, that break, we had Dean and Key help us because we were tied up with the repair.
Yeah.
So they went around, and what we do is we collectively try to get everybody that was in the affected neighborhood.
Right.
But the way the lines and the maps are, you don't know that you always capture everybody.
right,
So-
yeah.
So
Okay.
there may have been a house or two. That's why we posted online too, because that helps
Okay.
cover us.
So do you post it online and do you post it like when it's over? Because I was sort of,
We just post, well, you usually take it down, don't you? Yeah, he takes it down.
Okay, so like when it's down, then the water's safe, because it just seems like there's sort of like, people were like, well, then is it okay or not, so it just seems like I was just trying to understand like how we can be clearer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a state requirement to post when you take the pressure off. I think that's why we do it.
On the website, when I post the boil water notice on the website, I say how long it's in effect for. So when I posted it earlier this week, I said, please observe the 24-hour boil water notice until noon at today's date.
Great. Okay, so they get that on their paper when it goes to their house, also that same note, or does it say?
It says just the 24 hours, and then basically, in the, thing that I post online, I have a link in the notice that links to exactly what he posts.
Okay.
So you can find specifically how long online, and when these things happen, it's the top of our city updates. So if people go to the main page and scroll down, should be basically the first thing they see past the welcome to Port Orford.
Okay, excellent, thank you so much.
And I'm curious, you said you called, is there a number?
There was a number on there, I think I mentioned it to you, and it may have been your number, but you weren't getting, your phone couldn't work, but there was a number there, and yeah, I never got a call back, so I thought, well, this isn't so great if somebody is calling to find out, because it says call, so I was just wondering, I know that there's a lot of transition.
Maybe we should strike out the number and then just put the website on.
Yeah, go to the website, yeah.
Yeah, it should be Keely's phone number. Should be. Unless we have a typo.
I wonder if we could, also maybe advertise on our city water bill, or on the back, there's a place to put notices, and maybe put that notice, an ongoing thing. If you lose water pressure at your house, you're always going to want to boil your water for 24 hours. Most people aren't going to get sick, but if you have a compromised system or something, you could get a pathogen or something that comes out of the ground and makes you sick.
Or I thought what you were gonna say is just say, if you ever have any problems, go to the website, we're posting notices on the website now, and then that way, people at least.
Some people don't have access to websites, though, so on the back.
That's true.
That helps.
I got a random question for you, John. Okay. When people drill wells in town, do they check with you about the proximity of utilities?
Yeah, they gotta do locates, and they wanna know distance from laterals, which we don't provide, because we don't know where the laterals are. We don't want laterals, sewer laterals.
Right.
So, and we make them install a meter so we can charge the gas.
But we do mark out the main lines for them.
Oh, yeah, there's no anywhere
They
near our
know where
utilities.
those are.
Separate, are you referring to the one over yonder?
I'm not
Across the
referring to
fence?
anything in particular, I'm just questioning the process that we use to establish if wells are correctly in the right area.
I happened to notice something that way, and I don't remember who to locate or.
I didn't see any paint on the ground, so it didn't spark the question.
Me too.
Okay.
So, when you do a well, the state of Oregon does not require you to get a locate from the city, although I think that is the way it should be, because you do have to have a setback of 15 feet from the closest sewer line. But when I went through the process, I know where my sewer lines are on my property. My property is big enough that I know I'm 50 feet away from the city line, so I didn't call you for a locate.
Right.
But there are a lot of properties in town that aren't big enough to be 50 feet away from the property, or from the sewer line.
We only locate in the right of way, never on a person's property.
Correct.
So,
So, my understanding is Gary Milliman drafted with you and a sample city well drilling ordinance type thing.
Well, this was, actually, I was gonna bring this up during citizen
Okay.
concerns, but yeah, we had, I don't know, what came up right before you were here was this, proposed ordinance to clarify some things about wells in our city. And we tabled it back in May, but I know Crystal and Gary were the ones who worked on it.
Okay.
And, Crystal, of course, has been our planner for like 20 years, and she had some concerns about it, and so, I think we have to bring that back up.
Okay. Has the council seen that, most of you? Do you?
Oh, yeah, we
Okay.
have it in the packet.
Okay, are you interested in revisiting that?
I think it could be on the city's our website.
Well, we haven't adopted anything yet.
Well, if we go through it, I mean, yeah, we should, because what if every time someone drills a well, we let someone on the waiting list go in?
On the new.
Oh, you mean because of the moratorium thing?
Yeah.
How do you pick that?
Now all of a sudden you're making money off them drilling a well.
I think what you need to, what we really need to do is we need to, after having our little water meeting we had the other day, I think we need to really decide, we need to have curtailment and what are our real reasons for having a moratorium.
I think what we need to do is, what I would say right now is put it on a workshop, or if it's a special meeting, so we can discuss the topics of wells and water and the water rates, and just like have a meeting specifically devoted to
It
that.
could be a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But
Well, can-
I actually had prepared some information, so I would love to be able to share that. You know, I mean, I'm not jumping ahead, I was gonna bring this up during councilor considerations to propose that we had tabled it, to untable it and bring it back as a topic. I think that we could get some people who are, you know, like Crystal to come and explain some stuff to us, and also if we wanted to get other people to talk, like from the Water Resources Department or something. So.
Very good. All right, well, I think I'll set that for, I like the idea of a special meeting because there may be some decision or direction you want to do. If you don't have to, but just calling it a workshop means technically can't get anything done.
And since we all just like talk and have discussions as if we're during the meeting anyway, you know what I mean? It's not like we're on Robert's
Strictly
rules.
adhering to Robert's rules?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we're not.
We can totally do that, but it sucks.
Okay.
I know, that's the problem, and that's the nature, like, we've been in a cycle of meetings that required a lot of discussion. First the brick, then some transition, and now we're back to this, so.
Okay,
It's good. It helps us all understand things better and.
I think you appreciate, it shows that we appreciate each other's opinions and thoughts. Kind of nice.
Yeah.
Nice to say.
yeah.
It's very, very, very unusual for an elected body.
It is, it actually is.
Okay, so Hank has left the building, it looks like. Planning, you got any planning reports?
Well, actually, you got the STR coming up, and then you have two planning items on your agenda, the DLCD grant to rewrite our housing code, and then the short-term rental. So I'd substitute those actions for the planning commissioner report.
Okay. Mayor's report,
Or the planning director's report. Excuse me, Mr. Commissioner.
Mayor's report, I'm just gonna go ahead and load up next meeting with that. So we'll go to liaisons, Ford.
I'll load up next meeting with that.
School, RAS. Fire district, Titan.
Nothing.
Watershed, Velazquez.
I included a written report if anybody has any questions.
Thank you
Of course
very
you
much.
did,
Do you have
Aaron.
any questions?
Did anybody read it?
Yeah.
This time, like, not gonna.
Oh my God, I'm gonna read it right now. Is it in the packet?
Of course it is.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Don't not read the watershed report, everyone.
You
Okay,
get busted
Parks.
by me.
Parks,
Exciting
two
TLC.
things real quick from Parks. July 4th, we had a disc golf tournament. 50 people showed up. We raised $1,250. And every Friday night now we have skating, thanks to Mr. Hummel. And it's going to go, we had a great little turnout for the soft opening last week and look forward to having a big community event. So I'm being the DJ. So.
And I just want to say, I went over there on the 4th of July, and it was super cool to have so many people in the park doing frisbee golf and everything in the park. So
There was,
thank you so much for all your work on
Of the
that.
50 people, there was 46 that were not Port Open people. So only 4 people from Port Open participated. Everyone else that participated was around town. Yeah, I turned away 23. So
You need to start training some more local.
we have 100 people. We have 100 packs for October at Christmas one. So.
That's it, Parks. Thank you, Parks. Main Street, Council of Burns.
Main Street went in and painted the inside of the vacation, or the visitor center. And, John got the big desk out of there, and
Public Works.
somebody did.
Yep.
We haven't done it yet.
Oh, really?
Sweet. Good job, guys.
Yeah.
Good job.
It was heavy. That's how Becky did it.
He did it by his mind.
And, Redfish Rocks, Redfish, did it, it's got a display in there from Washer Shore. Goodies getting in there, they're still working on volunteers. Hopefully we'll get it staffed and ready to go to it pretty soon.
We're also, the part of why Susan has told me she doesn't want to staff it until we get cable and phone in there, and that's coming in next Wednesday.
Oh,
So, yep.
And I think the artist is not Wash the Shore, but a woman named Elizabeth Roberts. Just, yeah, Susan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She was a local intern. She was, right? She worked with.
She worked with Saab.
Oh.
Oh, and the bike racks got ordered, so that we can get the bike racks down.
Let's talk about that later. We can.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. Never stops. Never stops moving.
We can do emergency on the,
All right.
emergency on new business.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, everyone. All right, so new old business. A, what did we added another item to B, but old business A, resolution 2023-15. Short-term rentals.
I can give a staff report, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay. All right, so this is something, again, it was on the list to do. I've worked with Planning Commissioner Chair Thielen, and he provided me with the short-term rental ordinance. It was developed, we contracted out with a lawyer from Hood River, and this is a licensing ordinance. Even though we put it through the Planning Commission, it's not a land development ordinance. And we're also going to have fees associated with it. This is the first reading. We'll bring back the fees at the second reading. But you do have opportunity for public comment on this. So then the idea here is that the ordinance is organized and it has definitions, and then it has the requirement for a license. There's applications, fees, and inspections. And then it's got the operational requirements, and then the enforcement and the penalties. Just a sample of some of the definitions. There's an applicant, there's an authorized agent. The applicant is the owner who applies for a license. The authorized agent is a property management company or other management company or other person designated by the applicant. And the idea there is that the authorized agent is local. So that's the real key, is to have a local person responsible for these rentals. And then, the chair of the planning commission is here. And did you want to talk to this? Okay. Have you looked at my little memo that I put together to kind of talk about a little bit? Yeah. Okay. So sure, and then we've got the daytime hours, and we talked about the evening hours.
Is it legal to require, I guess it's not a requirement, that's an option. Okay.
What is that?
The voter registration.
The rental
Voter registration.
Uh-oh.
Voter registration has proof of residential use.
It's
Oh,
just for
thank
the
you.
home base, yeah.
Huh?
It's just if somebody's renting.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
I've never seen voter registration. I wonder if that's legal.
Well, what we're trying to do is,
I
so
get
to
it.
be a resident, yeah, so we're
I
just
get it.
trying to, it's proof of residency.
I get it.
Okay, good.
Thank you. I just wondered what the reality of it.
There's a presumption that it's legal.
Yeah, I like that.
Maybe
That's
rebuttable.
right. I see no law.
So we define things, and then we talk about the license requirements. They're going to be required, and existing short-term rentals must come in compliance. We include a cap on the rentals that can be within the zones. There's a distance requirement. And then again, the local representative has to be there. So then the application, they give us a floor plan, they show the dimensions of all the bedrooms, they must register for TLT, show listings. Again, then we have created in this a good neighbor policy that talks about conduct. There's a safety checklist and proof of garbage service, and these are things that would be determined also through the inspection. The application fee is $400, and then the renewals are $300, and the inspections are required. My time roughly is close to 40 or 50 bucks an hour when we include the roll-ups, and the roll-ups are kind of like the FICA and the PERS and all these other things in addition to just the wages. So we capture those, and so that would include about 10 hours, or almost 8 hours, and I think that's realistic because dealing with both the inspection and then the administration after the license is issued, certainly 8 hours per place is reasonable. And then the license lasts 12 months, and then operations, there's a maximum of occupancies, as you can see. The parking, we're going to require off-street parking. And then there's notice to the neighbors that you're going to be doing this. And then they got to follow applicable health and safety fire codes. They can't use RVs. And then they have to have a complaint, and they have to respond to complaints in 30 minutes. 30 days. 30 minutes? Yeah, so when there's a complaint from like a neighbor, they have to have someone respond to the neighbor's complaint in 30 minutes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that's one that one of the local people had a question about. What if that person's in Coos Bay?
Good.
They're shopping. How can they respond in 30 minutes?
And what constitutes a
Good.
response?
Good. So all of those are legitimate questions. And, this is something you learn about legislation. It's really hard to legislate for every possibility. And so that's why that's where the adjudicative function comes in, where you say, well, this is what it says, and then you hear, this, that, and the other. And then that goes to the enforcement. So in other words, what would be the penalty then if they have these reasons and justifications and whatnot? But even if someone's in Coos Bay, what Pat said is what constitutes a response. Well, I called them and said I was in Coos Bay, I'll be down in whatever, who knows? But
okay. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and the other part is, heck, if you've got this responsibility, make sure you have coverage if you're going to have to go to Coos Bay, or you know what I'm saying.
I think 30 minutes is a little bit strict, because I would guess to say there are times that citizens of Port Orford call the police and don't get a response within 30 minutes, but yet we're going to require a vacation home to have somebody there in 30 minutes. I think it's extreme.
We had somebody come, there were a couple of things in this draft where I feel like we had a discussion at the last meeting and it didn't quite translate, and that was one of them.
Well,
and that is, I think it could be easily remedied by making the time a little bit longer.
If it's an emergency that has to be faster than 30 minutes, they'll probably just call 911
Yeah.
instead of tracking down.
Yeah, but this applies to a complaint. So if somebody calls, says, okay, they got a dog barking over there. Somebody has to be there within 30 minutes, or they jeopardize.
Does it say that they have to be on the premises, or does
Well,
it
it
just
says
say
they have to
that
respond.
Respond, yeah.
Hey, Greg, did you want to come up at all? And
I'm okay with it.
because I think it'd be good to have you participate in some of the thoughts that help answer these questions or inform the ordinance. And I might have to pull this down.
Yeah,
I don't
thank
need
you.
to tell
Yeah,
you.
so
I
I've
need
been
to
through, we've been through these discussions a lot, so I can give you the take, we've been around the block with this too. And nobody's saying that anybody has to show up in 30 minutes.
Perfect, I'm okay with that.
But you have to have your phone, and you have to be the responsible person.
And that's not unreasonable, but if you have to be there on site in 30 minutes is unreasonable.
No, it's a response, it's a,
Callback.
and even if it's just, then they call 911, if it is serious.
Okay, well, yeah.
So perhaps response should be in definitions.
My opinion, a half-hour shower, I don't anymore, but I'd like to, I understand. I think that there's To Tim's point.
Yeah.
It seems like a reasonable person could imagine time slots of half an hour or more where he just could not, it couldn't happen. And is that, you know, like, I like that idea, don't get me wrong. But to Tim's point, is that calm, a little?
Well, it's what all of the codes say.
They do.
They are, 30 minutes, some say 20. So I think some even say 15, but
Well, and this has been part of our problem with this whole process is the uniqueness of Port Orford. And just like that point that you're making, maybe 1.5 hours is more realistic, or we make that slight adjustment, you know.
Yeah. Like, I think the person said, oh, what if she's up Elk River and there's no cell phone reception and she's doing another one? And, yeah, so, but I think the problem was not that, and I was just looking for it in here, what is the penalty if the person doesn't do that? The penalty would be for the person who's the applicant, or if the agent screws up, who gets the penalty? And that's what I think she was worried about.
it would be the owner, it would be the person who has the license.
Right, so that they could,
It'd be
their
a strike,
penalty
it'd be one of the 3 strikes.
could be 1 strike against.
Could be.
Then we could also be understanding too.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to think the rules that are written in stone apply to people that just keep causing us problems, but we've got local people that run some of these and clean some of these homes that are very responsible people, but there's gotta be circumstances when 30 minutes is not gonna be achievable. I mean, it's kinda like I keep bringing up the police department. We don't have an officer on duty today. You know, it happens. So we just need to be flexible, is all I'm saying. I'm not saying be flexible to people that offend, but there's gonna be circumstances when somebody may be at a funeral or a wedding or gosh knows what. And yeah, maybe they could find somebody to be in their place, but maybe they can't. And I just hate to see that we would jeopardize their job and the applicant's home because of it. That's all I'm saying.
I think is one of the considerations here that, you know, the people, I think who are contemplated being the complainants are the residents of Port Orford, and the conduct is being engaged in by visitors. And this is going on in residential neighborhoods. And so we're really, you know, trying to address the concerns of those who live here versus those who are coming here to have a good time, or strike a balance, I guess. And so I think that's partly what one of our big concerns is, of having some kind of a fairly reasonably quick response, but hopefully not overburdensome. And yeah, there may be times where they can't meet it. It's kind of like I was speeding to the hospital because, you know, my wife was pregnant, kind of thing. So, you know, there could be different circumstances.
I was, when I first came to town, I was driving down the street and I didn't turn, I didn't put my signal on, and Andrew pulled me over and he said, "You didn't use your signal." I said, "No, you're right, sorry, I didn't." I said, "Well, I'm really glad you told me that, I'm gonna give you a warning." So he didn't give me a ticket, so I think that's that kind of thing. You do have the rule, you're supposed to do it. And maybe we can be flexible about it. But 30 minutes is kind of the standard. And the city administrator would be the judge of that then.
I think that's how the code's written. Yep, the city administrator does most of the enforcement, and then if someone has a problem with my enforcement, I think it gets appealed to the city council. So there's checks and balances as well.
I feel comfortable with that. Discussed it. Do you guys want, I mean, just for the process, because there's lots of little details here, it seems like, Greg, do you want to say anything further, or do we want to go through questions that people have, like if there are any other problems, or what's the process?
So the process is actually, we do 2 readings of this ordinance. So you know, this is the first reading where the council gets to look at it and take comment on it. And then it comes back for the final adoption. It's not effective until the 2nd reading. So you still have time to think about it, talk to people about it, come back. We can make amendments if need be, similar to what we did earlier. So today is just the first look, and you'll get a second look at it at our next meeting.
Do I need to read it by title or anything?
No, because you read it only by title when it goes to 2 meetings. You read it in full when it's an emergency ordinance adopted at 1 meeting. I'm pretty sure, I'm not a lawyer anymore.
So I don't need, I just need to read it by title, okay. Gotcha.
Yes.
So one concern I had is number 2 under health and safety. It says, completed checklist for fire safety, fire extinguishers, smoke alarm, carbon monoxide, etc. I wonder if that should say fire suppression systems too, just in case there's a big enough unit to require it in the future.
Does the state have some requirements for that?
They do.
Well, but the problem is some places are basically hotels, but they're gonna be calling themselves vacation rentals that have multiple units. So, I mean, that is,
So maybe I'm thinking, because I'm looking at the building codes and a lot of this, I guess that's just mostly for if something bad happens. We have this wordage here that says you were supposed to comply by all applicable codes and fire building safety. It's the licensee's responsibility, so why do we?
Are we gonna enforce it?
That's what I mean. I mean, it's just a statement, but it doesn't say we're gonna.
Well, the idea is if there's code violations, we don't issue the license. So.
But that's what I'm saying. Who's gonna establish if there's fire building and safety code violations? Because we don't do or we could improve on that right now, even with building fire code.
And that's, so I'm not against this STR ordinance. I'm against the things like you're talking about. We don't enforce it in other areas, but we're enforcing it under STR. That's what I have grief with, like proof of liability insurance. Do we do that for any restaurant in town? No. We don't go and make sure they have proof of liability insurance. So why are we singling out one industry over another? That's my only question. And if somebody can answer that and make it make sense in my mind, I can completely vote for this whole thing.
Would we be liable, right? Would we be liable?
No. We can't be liable because restaurant X doesn't get liability insurance. That's on them.
No, but say something happened on the property and we gave them a license to rent the house.
Yeah, there's an exposure. That's similar to, I'll give just an example, taxi used to have licenses and be inspected and all this kind of stuff. And then
You regulate?
Yep, and then, but what led to deregulation was I guess the New York medallion was the big one to have. And then New York was approving these medallions, and then people were having problems with taxis, and because the city, authorized it. So yeah, and it's very similar to if we authorize a building to be built, and it falls down, but we're not the building code people, that's the county. So, but why would we do this, not a restaurant? My understanding is, the restaurants have to be approved by the food safety people and all that stuff. And then I don't know.
What about liability insurance? So if we give them a business license, are we under liability?
Our business license is simply for tax raising purposes.
Okay, so we're talking a different. Okay.
So it's arguably this. So this ordinance, the provisions of it are arguably for public health, safety, and welfare purposes, where we do assume some oversight of the operation versus our business licenses are really a revenue raising idea.
So is this only in R1 and R2 zones?
That's just back memories.
Yeah.
What do they call it?
I believe.
This has nothing to do with the mixed use zones?
No, I call it, it's some other.
This is the cap applies but doesn't.
But like all the other restrictions, hold on guys, all the other restrictions, it just keeps saying R1 and R2, there's no 3 MU zones. Like for parking, it says R1 and R2, it doesn't say the 3 MU, the mixed use.
But I think all the other things, like the health and safety things, are for all of them, right?
Health and safety is for all of them, health and safety. Parking does not apply for R1 and R2, and R1 and R2 are only subject to the cap. Those are the only differences. So the commercial would still be doing a license? Correct. And paying the fee. And by the way, that was an excellent introduction. So there's a fee of $75 per bedroom also that wasn't included in.
Sorry.
It's in here though, right?
Yes,
It's in there, but in the introduction it wasn't. And also in the introduction, it was 30, the representative must live within 30 miles. It's actually 30 minutes of travel, which is what it says in.
Sorry.
It was just I just want to mention that in case anyone. So, to the insurance, I'm not an insurance person, I don't know much about that stuff, but I do know that the city of Hood River requires it, and Kearns recommended it, and the county ordinance, their land use requires the liability insurance.
But it's a smart thing to do. I mean, I would never run a business without liability insurance, but I guess, I think John answered my question, you know. I have heartache with requiring one entity to do it, but not another entity. And I just use a restaurant as an example. Could have been the gas station, or it could have been, you know, the grocery store.
Could be because we're allowing.
In an R1 and R2, yeah.
Operations.
I can find that too.
But we're not capping the tenant, right?
So in general, these are pretty much, it's not a land use. Officially, it wasn't done by us as the planning commission, but we are in agreement with, we've talked through all this, and this is all pretty good.
And it's in alignment with a lot of other ones. I mean, I know from before when I was reading it, it's not like rocket science. There's sort of a good way to do it, and they share a lot of attributes.
And the idea of a cap is kind of a middle of the road approach also. So some jurisdictions, it's a free for all. And it's a free for all until the town gets trashed. But, and then other towns like Warrenton and Bandon, they don't allow short-term rentals in neighborhoods. They'll create a zone along the waterfront where they can be.
So I have just two things that, to me, I would like to see in this. One question I think that we have outstanding here is the question of the cap. And as I remember it, this ordinance says that the council can establish a cap. And I believe at the last meeting, we were talking about just capping it at the number we have at the time, and then grandfather everybody in. So anybody who has a vacation rental now that's in a residential area gets grandfathered in, and then that's the cap. Is that how you're understanding it?
I thought we got down to, was it number 33?
Well, that was, I think, at the time that was what we thought the number was, but
Yeah.
I think the number is.
It was 33 and it went to 49, and I thought we were talking 60 or something or there.
Well, initially we were, but wasn't wasn't.
So the initial number was 45 that Jessica had said back when we started in March of the year before last. And then in our December meeting, we kept asking, and then she said there were 40. So we voted for 40. We've actually voted for 45 because she said it would be an easier number to deal with. Or there were 40, she said 43, excuse me. And then in February, the number was 33. And then 2 months ago, the number was, when we went out to look at the distance requirements that you guys asked for, there were 25 on the document that she gave us at that time. And then I just asked at the last meeting last week, asked Joseph, and he said there's between 10 and 12. Now, so the criteria so basically we're suggesting that you grandfather in all of the legally pre-existing short-term rentals. Legally pre-existing means, according to this document and what Kearns recommended, They have had they have a city license, they've had a city license in the last year. They've registered to pay TLT, and they've actually paid TLT. So those are the criteria that evidently, at this point, there are 10 to 12.
So,
Wow.
have you,
If you remember, if I may, you guys weren't all involved in this early on. We were asking,
Residential.
and Mr. Kearns asked for the actual number for like months
Right.
and months and months. We were asking for the actual number and could never get a straight answer. So I just have to add that back in.
And the climate has changed a lot since we started this too. You see a lot more about cost of sales signs than I get the letters that I was getting 3 years ago.
so you think there's less or more?
Well, we just heard this last week. I think there's
Well, we
less.
heard there's less, and I haven't looked because Cindy and I had a vacation home up front for a year and a half, but at the time there was way more than 8 or 12.
There's a
We're
lot.
talking 20 to 30, maybe 40,
Well-
and I can't believe that many have dropped
Well,
off.
don't forget, we still have a ton in the tenant in the commercial. I mean, we have like 30 in my
No, but I'm
neighborhood.
talking in neighborhoods. There was way more than that in the neighborhoods. But I'll go on tomorrow, I'll do research. But Dina used to do for us, she used to do that research.
Okay,
She has a list.
all right.
I asked her about it last week.
And it's only 8 to 12 people now?
No,
Oh.
I could have sworn she told us 30-something.
That's what I'm,
30, I thought it was 39 or 49,
yeah.
That's what I thought.
but it's 10 to 12 in residentials
There were only 12 in residential?
that had up-to-date
That are complying with
information
some
and paid with
Complying
their
legally.
target, yeah, legal ones that had paid their tax and
Okay.
had parking
I
and had all the
understand.
information we needed on record.
So now I understand. So we have a lot of people now.
Oh, that's because of the obscureness of looking up the vacation rentals that were advertising as vacation rentals on the internet. Like that is one of the searches that was done is Dina or whoever.
Right.
Go see who's advertising so we can establish how many vacation rentals are advertising. And that's where that first number came up with, I think, of 30 something.
Wow.
I got a question that probably is one of my normal rhetorical questions, but is this written in a way that we're gonna be charging hotels and motels because they're short-term rentals with, with the wordage, it's very similar to where,
No,
that's
it-
$75 a room.
It is not. It specifically,
They were.
does
Okay,
not.
but I was just
include
looking at the
hotels.
actual resolution.
And to address your question about whole building fire systems, these are for single-family dwelling units.
Yeah.
So that's one.
Fine.
dwelling unit.
Okay, that's,
It's not for hotel.
dwelling units are not transient lodging.
So I've been paying
Well, there's
transient
only
lodging
transient.
taxes for 18, 19 years. I feel like an idiot.
Why?
I don't know.
Because other people haven't, you
I
mean?
guess, I mean, I had no idea that all those people that were listed weren't paying transient lodging tax. I thought, I'm almost certain we had Dina do a search and contact all these people, and we had 30 or 40 people paying lodging taxes.
Well, we're getting the revenue, right? Because the last year, there was a lot of TLT money.
Well, there was more.
Joseph.
And the commission has been asking the city for over a year and a half for that specific number based on that. And the neat number, the harder they look, the number just seems to be going down.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be doing some research.
Joseph?
Yeah, why don't you come on up to the microphone, Joseph?
Sorry to kick you out of there.
It's 10, from what I can tell, 10 to 12 that have all of the information on file and have their taxes up to date as of this year, or as of last time I checked, a couple months ago when I was first put on it, and have everything correct for the revised code. So there are people who may have been paying their taxes and been doing everything, but never confirmed for us that they have the parking space that they need. So that would be someone who would have been marked as not having all the information correct.
But isn't for the legally established lawful existing only has to show license during the 12 months previous, actually has had to have rented during the months previous and have paid TLT taxes. So that's those three things are what you have to do to establish that you're.
That was not what I was actually asked to do when I came up with the 10-12, it was get comprehensive and find all the information that would have been applicable to the code.
Okay,
So it seems like this may have been a little bit of a miscommunication with what the former administrator actually asked me to do and, you know, what's being asked now. But
Because basically we want to know who's advertising as a vacation rental, because that is what the initial ceiling was based off of in some capacity.
yeah, we want to know what's here, it's called the lawful pre-existing short-term rentals, the ones that are lawfully operating and are there and are doing their thing. They can continue and they will probably have a time to
Come compliant with this.
become compliant.
And then we're gonna shut the rest down? Because I'm here to tell you, the last time I looked on Airbnb in the council, which was a long time ago, because we don't have that home anymore. We do have a home, but it's not being used as a rental. There were way more residential places in Fort Worth, there were like 30 or 40 of them, maybe more.
We need to obviously get the right numbers.
You look it up, Airbnb and Picasa.
Okay.
Can I ask you then, would you consider, someone on Vacasa who's not been paying TLT to be a lawful?
No,
Okay.
but, again, I thought we had a handle on doing this research too, and I thought we were collecting taxes for most of these folks, but it doesn't sound.
And just for clarity, the commission has never asked for anything other than those three things. We didn't ask about parking. Parking is another issue.
Correct.
So there could be more than 8 or 10, or 10 or 12 if you don't consider parking, because they will have a chance to come up to, this is just to establish that they're lawful. That's all it is. They're gonna have a chance to come up to speed with these rules. These rules have not existed. There have been no rules.
So this is gonna create a full-time job for somebody for the foreseeable future, to bring everybody into compliance if we're gonna try to grandfather everybody in.
Well, only if there's only 20, let's say, or even if there's only 30.
Well, that's still a lot of work.
Well, but it's also self-reporting, and I guess there is inspections, but it will just have to take time.
And it's $400 plus $75 a bedroom.
No, I'm not saying, I get all that, I'm just saying that I think, unless I am super mistaken that a lot of these homes have dropped off the list, I think there's more than we realize.
There could be, and what the planning commission, now we don't have a say in it, but we're recommending that whatever that number is, that have those three criteria, grandfather them in. That's kind of the middle road. We're not being too.
And then
grandfather them in, but make them come up to speed on all our requirements.
Absolutely.
And that way, like, the reason we chose that, I remember from that last meeting, and because I think Daniel Kearns was on call then, was that way nobody's gonna sue us. We just let them in, the number wasn't so high, it just made sense that we can handle that. But the goal ultimately is to make sure we have our residences, we have affordable housing and places for people.
The pre-existing ones will still have to pay an application fee and all that stuff. So, yeah.
Can it be based off of how many people we receive TLT funds from? Like, we have a list of the people that paid, so regardless of if they're compliant or not, that is the list of people that have been paying us, and then, so that's our ceiling, and then those are who we inspect first, and if they're not up to speed, they obviously have to be, but how can we just, go ahead.
Well, I was hoping, because of the hour, and this will go to a second reading, I was hoping that council members could submit their questions to me, and I bring back the answers, and maybe even suggested code changes if we need to at the next reading, because I'm just concerned about our effectiveness the later we go tonight.
Well, we were super close on this, and you guys worked out the two issues we gave you, which one was parking, which I think you come back and said basically that's really all we can do is one per bedroom, try to get everybody to park on site. But
I just have one other thing that I would like to see in this, which I did bring up at the last meeting, and I don't see reflected here, which is to have the garbage cans that are windproof garbage cans. And they're called, also called gravity lock garbage cans, and that's because it's so windy. And I've had this happen where the neighbors with a vacation rental next door garbage can falls down, the garbage goes every place. So they got that kind of can, and it makes all the difference. It costs $12 a year to have that can instead of a regular can. And I think given, we have in this also, there's, that they're supposed to have the, retrieval, which I think is great.
There was one local person that come to me that said she takes the garbage somewhere to, I can't remember where she told me to take it. But I would think if we have a responsible person that takes care of the garbage that way, that should be in compliance, in my opinion.
You have to have, the ordinance says you have to have proof of garbage collection. So I guess in that case, you have to have proof where somebody would say,
Where they're taking
the parties.
Because some people do take their garbage down to the transfer station because it is so close. And I guess we could, you know, figure out.
Whatever, we should have a locking garbage can ordinance.
Yeah.
Like, when we get it, CTR comes every year and maybe we can work on it. I never say it.
I would say you guys did a great job. Thank you so much. This has taken so much time and perseverance, and I know especially on your part, Greg, so thank you so much, and I hope we can move.
Yeah,
forward
thank you
with
all
this.
for inviting me.
Thank you.
Inching closer. Okay, so what was 7B?
Well, they're gonna entertain a motion to approve this to a second reading.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yes.
So under complaints, the yellow highlighted areas, why were the yellow highlighted?
That's just a very important section, and we wanted to draw the council's attention to it in case they had any concerns about that. And so we just wanted to make you aware that that's almost one of the key components to this, because it envisions a kind of a informal dispute resolution of the complaints. It's like, hey, you have to have someone who responds to these complaints, and again, we didn't want to. It's going to be a real bread and butter of this thing, or it's going to be the real nuts and bolts of this thing. Because besides just, because everything's fine if there's no complaints, but that's when we're really going to get involved. So that's why that's yellow highlighted and something to think about.
Okay. I would make a motion that we approve this. Pass it on to the second reading. We approve it for the first reading. And that's
Yep. Which is by title called. All right. Is there a second? Second.
All right, we have first and second. Any other discussion on moving this resolution on to a second reading? Hearing none, I will call for the question. Councilor Webb? Councilor Petty?
Yes.
Councilor Rath?
Yes.
Councilor Burns? Yes. Councilor Velazquez?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So what do we have for 7B?
That's going to be the franchise agreement with Coos Curry Electric. If you remember, we presented this, and it was presented, so our old agreement is expiring, we need a new agreement. Our old agreement, they gave us telephone poles in exchange for our permission for them to string all of their property and their electric lines through our city streets. And that's expiring in August, and so this is technically the first reading, even though it's presented to you in a workshop or a report. It's typically the franchise, they propose a 20-year franchise. This is one where we have the choice of, they said if we only impose a 3.5% franchise fee on them, they will not pass it on to the customers in the city. And, that sounded really good because, we care about everyone's in the city. But I also know that, we need some revenues one day, perhaps, and 3.5. So initially I proposed it, said, can we get it gradiated? So in the first 5 years, it's 3.5. The next 5 years, it's 4, and they pass on 0.5, and then we go to, anyway, we worked up to 5 by the end of the 20. But I think that from the feedback I got informally after council members came and visited me was that, 3.5 was really all anyone was comfortable with, and they didn't really want to see anybody get imposed any fees in the future, but also that 20 years was a long time to lock into that. So then I proposed this 10-year franchise fee at 3.5 with an automatic renewal if the city didn't tell CCEC we wanted to change it. So that's where we're at now. But really, the council, our franchise expires in August. We need to do a second reading. And so this is the first reading. And it's really the will of the council what level of franchise fee you want to impose and for how long and in what shape. And you've got and then the other option, the city of Brookings said, well, CCEC, thank you for that generous offer, but we're going to impose a 5% tax and you can pass it all on to our people. And so you have a range of options, and I've tried to present a couple few that hopefully you can find one that fits your.
Do we have a resolution number for this?
Yeah.
It was, this, by the way, this is an addendum. This was a separate item addendum to your packet, I believe.
Okay.
And so if you printed the packet and the addendum from the website, this should have a resolution on it.
I don't have a resolution, it would be 23, probably 18 then.
Perhaps, but it probably would be.
Somebody have a resolution number?
What's the trick on establishing what their rates are raising for? I imagine they're gonna raise their rates in the next 5 years, so how do we know that it's not a rate raise for the 3.5?
My question is, so they're gonna have different rates?
I can't hear you, sir, you're not speaking into the mic.
I mean, I understand the concept, but Brookings is gonna have a better rate?
Yeah,
They're not gonna split it up.
It's a different rate. It's not a different rate, it's a fee.
I understand that, but.
Okay, so it's just a straight fee tacked on, like that.
Is that what it is? They're gonna charge them extra?
Sorry.
Oh, so it's just franchise fee.
Brookings voted.
I'd like to get Brett's question so we can get him a good answer. Can you repeat the question?
Is it each municipality is gonna have a different rate?
Oh, thank you. So, yes, each municipality by law has the ability to charge utilities operating in the right of ways a fee for the benefit or the license for operating in the right of way. And so every municipality, and every municipality sets it different. And I guess there was a meeting where CCEC provided us with a survey of municipalities. Some would go as high as 7%, and from all the way down from there to 3.5% or so. And ours was 0, and we said, we'll take those 12 magic light poles, and you can, whatever it was.
10%.
Yeah, I think somewhere high.
Somewhere high, okay, good. Well, sorry about that. Again, I'm just going off memory. But anyway, so yes, each municipality can establish their own rate of.
Did not know that they could control that and handle it.
Who is they? CCEC?
Well,
they're kind of giving. I feel like they're trying to be sensitive to our customer base by offering. They said, they're basically going to absorb, and I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. They could just set their rates differently, but what the language they said is this 3.5% would be absorbed by all their customers, not just their customers in our city. So that's.
Are we absorbing the 5% that Brookings added on?
No.
Paying?
What happens with the Brookings franchise fee is it is a line item on the Brookings utility bill.
They voted as a council to pass the 5% right back to the customer.
Yeah.
But that's okay, because it reflects on their bill as a franchise fee that only goes to Brookings, and that was my main question, is how do we know that that's delineated and we don't get a little, like our municipality doesn't get a little extra? How do you gauge that?
This is a fee, you're thinking rate increases, completely different. This is a franchise fee, like John just tried to explain.
Right.
So this fee, if we take it at 3.5%, it doesn't cost our customer a penny. If we go 4 or 5%, it costs our customer 4 or 5% on top of their bill.
And it's a fee we're imposing on on CCEC, but the law allows them to pass on to the customer, so.
And what my brain didn't click together was we haven't seen it on our bill, because we have zero franchise fees,
Bingo.
so it.
Bingo. Correct.
At 3.5%, we would be keeping it the same way for 10 years.
It still wouldn't see it on the bill.
Five,
Yeah.
they're going to tack 5% on. to-
Understood.
And it shows on their bill.
And I was kind of just maybe being my negative brain of like, well, but so, okay, they don't charge for this, but that's just, but that's just the nature of the world, and there's nothing we can do about it. And I mean, we're looking at a 3.5% increase in a way.
But the benefit of it for communities, and this is why Gary, I mean, I said this before, made such a big deal out of it for Brookings, is it is a way to get more revenue for the city, which enables us then to pay our employees and do things that we need to do. Like we can't.
For a bigger community, it amounts to a lot more money.
Yes.
And for a small community that's poor, it shows on the electric bill that the city of Port Orford is taking.
Charging more money.
No, but it's not the city, it's.
No, it is a city.
It says city of
Yeah.
Portland franchise.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not going to if we go with 3.5,
Correct.
which is why I think that's where we're gonna.
No, but that is something to be considered, is that, like, if we show that that revenue is going towards, like, that, fill that pothole right there, or now we have we are looking for revenue desperately.
But it doesn't.
So I'm just saying we have to
It
consider.
doesn't
the
amount
other
to that much though, to take the hit. Because I think somebody heard it was gonna be like $15,000 would be the difference between 3.5% and 5%.
It's kind of back
That's
to
a
the
big
same conversation that Brett was having earlier, times are tough, and do we want to tax our people another 3.5%?
No, 5.
Well, or 5, we want 5.
Which would be 1.5%.
Yeah, well, no, I think it's.
No, it would be the full 5 for them.
So that's.
Yeah, that's the thing, that
I think we're making the smartest decision by
Yeah, I think so.
3.5.
So it would be resolution 2023-19, not 18,
The only thing is that we will have to pay for the power now on the lights.
but we're still making money then.
Right, but
Yeah.
we're netting, we're still gonna net.
We're netting money.
But I think, like you said, that's
That's
one of
the
the
only
things we were gonna talk to them about, was can we keep our lights and go with the green?
I think we
I mean,
calculated.
But I thought we were gonna ask them.
Yeah.
Those lights are gonna have some, right?
Yeah, I think I figured out that the lights, but we don't have the current, we don't know what, they're gonna all be switching to LEDs, which I wanna bring up, so
Which
it's gonna be
saves a lot of
cheaper.
money.
It's gonna be cheaper
Yeah.
theoretically, but I think I did the calculation and it was like $1,000 a month for the lights that we have. That's like something like $20 for each light, and we have 50 of them, so it's like $1,000 a month, so $12,000 a year for us to pay for the lights, I guess, is what we're.
We're gonna get way more back.
But we're getting
We
back like 30 or 40,000.
Yeah, and again, like I said, we've looked at this, and there was a presentation of a hybrid, and there was a presentation of the options, and again, I received comments back from, I'm pretty sure more than one council member, and that's where I came up with this, and it was like, we don't wanna charge our customers anything right away, but we don't wanna be locked in for 20. So I just said, okay, let's go with a 10-year renewal, and we can revisit in 10 years. Again, if that's the will of the council, and this is also an ordinance that is the first reading, and it would go to a second reading, so if you have anything you want to bring up between now and then, so.
Give me the
Really,
number of the ordinance.
23-19.
2319, what's it called? Is there a
Repeal
title?
and replacement of this franchise, CCE franchise agreement, right?
Yeah, so if there's a motion to approve that to a second reading,
So I would make a motion to pass 2023-19, the CCEC, franchise agreement order.
Yep.
To a second reading.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I wanted to say, I have one really important thing that I brought it up to John, that I want to make sure we get in here, which is, I want to make sure we have a provision in here that says they have to follow our outdoor lighting ordinance, because there's some language in here that makes it, to me, sound like they don't have to follow it. And I asked John to add that. I haven't seen the
Thank
final
you.
that you did. And I really want to make sure that whatever that language is, I'd love to get Shayla's input, just make sure that we have that, because it's so important to our community. I would just.
I did include that in a draft, and I thought I sent it, it's not in your packet, but I emailed it to you to show that I'd sent it to them. Do you remember that?
Yes. I saw that, yeah.
So, yeah, but anyway, the rest of you haven't seen that, and I didn't hear anything really awful back from them, so I like our chances on that. So, for your information, there's a provision in here that talks about they will follow all city ordinances when they replace or do work on their lights, and we said including the city's lighting standards. And I think I wrote as now exist or in the future adopted or something. So I tried to cover that contingency, and I agree with you. The night sky lighting in this town is super important. And so yeah, and again, I didn't get any kicking and screaming back from them. So yeah.
Just 'cause
That's
there's-
good. We've had some issues. Thank you.
There's some other weird language.
Well, they
that
haven't-
makes it sound like it's.
Like 2 years.
Maybe they still-
All right, well, was there a motion and a second, and then Ann with that change, does that change the second at all? Good, all right.
Yeah, since we just moved it on to the second reading, it would have been.
That can, I figured that could be okay.
Yeah, that's a very, very good thing to reiterate as many times.
Yeah, and I would really like to make sure that.
It actually, I like it, 'cause it gives us some actual legs to stand on after years and years of discussion and things being ambiguous. It's like, why? So it's like, I think it's kind of imperative personally.
I think the old ordinance said that they have to follow the old franchise agreement said they have to follow our ordinances, so, I mean.
Gotcha.
They usually do, I think.
Just nice to have them reiterate it in 2023.
Yeah, and especially, as I was saying to John, I'll just mention to you briefly, they are moving all to LED lights, and we know that these LED lights are much brighter and bluer, and people aren't gonna like them. And our ordinance doesn't really address that well enough, I will say, so that's gonna be coming down the pike, and it's gonna lower the cost to them, but it's, it's the way it's going, unfortunately. So someday we may wanna come back and tighten down our lighting ordinance.
Of course,
On that note, I don't know, so are they still replacing the old mercury vapor lights with mercury vapor lights? Or
No,
they're going to the new LEDs?
They're going, what we have on our street right now, which are pretty nice, are the sodium vapor, that are golden, kind of pretty light, and then they're gonna be putting them in with the LEDs.
So I know that the incandescents, they can't sell them in the United States after a certain day this year, I think, or last year. Are they doing that same thing with the sodium vapor?
I don't know. I don't know.
I was just curious. I mean, it looks like, I'm not happy about it either, because everybody thinks LEDs are the greatest, and I haven't got 50,000 hours out of an LED light bulb since
I
day
put them in
one.
my shop and they suck.
I throw more away.
They're just not as good as they say.
No, I agree.
Or maybe it's because I'm cheap and I buy the.
No,
there's
Well, we're gonna go ahead and call the vote. I think we can.
Oh, yeah, we're done with that.
All right, Councilor Tidy.
Yes.
Councilor Webb.
Webb, yes.
Councilor Baldwin.
Tim, yes.
Councilor Burns.
Yes.
Councilor Rath.
Yes.
Councilor Weiss.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So once again, on both those things, get your suggestions to John, and we'll pull some triggers next meeting, hopefully. Well, special meetings, to be determined. All right, so we're on to new business, resolution.
Mr. Mayor, I have to go. I have a kid that I have to deal with. And I gotta get something from the store before it closes.
Understood.
For the kid. Sorry, everyone, but that's my story. I gotta have to.
Thanks, Commissioner Webb, it's great to see you
Volunteers
again.
and do the best we can.
Yeah, and I like those things. I wanna take those home.
And you got family.
Those are cool.
You gotta take care of family.
Yeah, no,
We can't take them with us. We can take them with us.
Hey, did you get those out of my office then? Did you say you left those in my office?
Which one?
Those reading glasses?
No.
These things?
No, these are mine.
Okay, yeah, that's
No, I
fine.
got another pair here.
Oh, in my office? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
All right.
no,
Okay.
these sunglasses are like readers. and
Okay.
better than these ones.
Got it, okay.
But I was gonna get Pat those if you needed them.
I'll save them for you.
I wish it was leaders. All right, new business. I would entertain a motion to accept resolution 2023-16.
So moved.
Emergency Response Commission. Got it first.
We're gonna discuss it after the motion.
Second.
Okay, so we have first and second discussion.
So, We met last night, and we wanted to make a few changes to the resolution. The first one is that instead of the commissioners being in the city of Port Orford, that they would be in the Port Orford Rural Fire District.
Urban growth boundary or rural fire district?
Fire District.
That's.
Because everybody in the fire district would be part of the plan.
That makes sense.
So you would be represented in everybody represented.
So you mean a certain number of, like, you mean you're talking 2 people on
I'm
the
just gonna
committee?
say the fire district, because that covers the city and covers.
Right, but it's city money that's being expended, so that's why they're very careful about only putting 1 or 2 people on committees, so that you don't stack the deck in one way. Just because of the feasibility of that, you know.
We would lose, you have 2 members of the commission that are
Well, but I'm just saying that you can have a body that's making decisions for the city that doesn't have any stake in the game, that's not spending any, they're gonna be making decisions for tax money that they're not expending.
That's the problem.
So I'm not saying no, like we can't, just we probably can't have it open to where there could be a full commission of people outside the city limits. Or actually a quorum, more than a quorum of people outside.
So how many do we let on planning? How many's on planning?
I think 2 in the urban growth boundary.
So to reiterate what Pat's saying is, at some time during an election change, you could have, the whole board could be outside of the city limit voting for people in the city, and that's not good.
But the hitch to me is that it's the fire district that would make it a plan for.
Well, that's the hitch. I'm sorry, but this is why I brought this to the council, because this commission did not exist on our books. And it was kind of just.
I showed you
You showed me some minutes, but it wasn't an ordinance, and it didn't, and then this commission was appointing members to itself, which is.
Another one showed where the council approved it.
Sure, but I've seen emails amongst this commission saying we should put this person on our commission, and we should put that person on our commission. And no other commission had anybody more than 2 people outside the city limits. So, and when you say this plan is gonna be for people in the fire district, that's also a city council determination of whose emergency plan is this commission making? Is it making the city's emergency plan, or is it a plan for the fire district's plan? That's, again, this commission was so amorphous, I was having a hard time serving it and understanding the direction of it. So the reason this is brought to council is for council to expressly say what they want this commission to do, because there's no direction at all on this commission whatsoever. So, and Gary, you have your say here. You can explain to the council how you want this commission to be, but it's up to the council to agree. So I don't mean to be contentious, but we need clarity on this. And I may be running low on blood sugar and being a little more strident than I usually am, but regardless.
I got the pizza. You have to get the pizza here.
I know.
I have a question for Gary or John on this. I mean, I wasn't really familiar with this fire district thing that you're building, the plan for the fire district, which is this bugaboo that I'm aware of, Barry, that this commission had, which is how does it interface with the county emergency management, and what are the units? I mean, are they working with fire districts? Are they working with cities, or how, like, what's the
Well, the county we got the space next to the fire station for the container that the county purchased, and it's the medical supplies that are in it that are the county's.
The property is owned by the city.
Yeah. So we're working with Monica at this time. Monica is indisposed with county problems. But we're trying to work with her so we're in sync with hopefully all the towns in the county. And
But I guess what I'm asking is like, I remember there was a discussion with her, you know, like when we were trying to sort this out with Jessica and Monica. And she was like saying, okay, well, we need everybody, here's the format for the plan that I would like you to work on. And so that format that she wants you to work on, is that a city-based thing or is it by fire districts? Like, since she's the county person, is she doing the county stuff? I guess I'm just trying to figure out how what you guys are doing fits in with that whole thing.
I mean, I've been working on this for a long time with Jim. And our conclusion is if there's an emergency and there's a tsunami, everybody's going to end up in the county urban growth county. They're going to end up on the Cedar Terrace, which is all county property. And then the tsunami goes away, and now there's no electricity, there's no services. So all of those people would end up coming down, and we can't say, okay, no, you can't be part of the response because you don't live in the city limits.
Yeah, no, I'm not kind of talking about that. I'm kind of more talking about like, what is the vision for like the incident command? You know, like if she's planning for, you know, because it sounds like it's very like FEMA, counties, cities. I mean, it sounds like there's this hierarchy that's envisioned. And so I guess, I mean, this has been the rub the whole time. You guys are just trying to like fill in because they're not getting it. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out, do we try to set it up so that when that thing gets built, you're going to be there ready to go? Or do we just say, you know, screw it, we're not going to deal with that, we're just doing our own thing? I guess that's the thing I'm trying to get.
It seems to me like it's another government mechanism. Like the way it should work is, you know, there's this big statewide emergency plan, there's a county emergency plan, so our city entity should take our city plan and then work with those other entities to combine them for when that emergency happens. And then we focus on our city and with people, you know, from our community to spend those tax money, but that is in the same time coordinating with the county and the state and hammering out the details. So I think we're all kind of saying the same thing.
Well, so the way this ordinance was made was I basically looked at our parks ordinance and maybe our planning commission ordinance, and it basically established, and usually the way, when you talk about government hierarchies, usually a city government then makes boards and commissions to advise the city council, and that's how this is couched. And so, and ultimately, when there is an emergency, believe it or not, it's the city council that has to declare the emergency and seek the assistance and go up the chain and things like that. And so and what this commission, I believe, is doing is creating a plan to assist the city in its response to an emergency to the extent we are acting independently, and then we go on up the scale. But I just, Gary had been asking me to put this on an agenda, and the kind of discussion we're having seems so much workshop-ish. I mean, we haven't really sideboarded this, and maybe Gary would benefit if Jim came and also helped explain the scope, and maybe have you already had Monica come to the city council? Anyway, I'm sort of, this is really just to get this started and to get this thing into a city commission, you know, structure. And maybe a workshop's better, but I don't want to get in the way of anything if you guys think you can make some progress tonight. I really would like, but I wanted to move this forward. Gary's been bugging me for a couple of months, and I was there with them when they put in the thing, and that too, and we're all motivated, but it's like motivated to do, you know, what is I think what our issue is.
Well, I think Gary's been working hard on this, and he's been very interested in emergency management because, quite frankly, as far back as I can remember, David Smith and I tried to start this years and years and years ago, and we really didn't get anywhere. But
they've gotten results.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say though is it's a real concern. The only thing I'm concerned about is the structure of it, that we have more people in the city, and that's just the way these commissions are. You usually have like a 7-man board and 5 are in the city, 2 are outside the city, planning, parks. They're all the same way. And I'm assuming there's a legality and a reason why that is done that way to protect the city, because you can't have people, because at some time, somebody could leave that board and then somebody from outside the city in the fire district will be voting, and pretty soon the board could turn into people that don't live in the city, telling the city what to do in an emergency management situation. I think that's the only problem I can see. If we can work that, I think it's a good thing.
They do have limited power in this. It is, and again, it is to advise the city council. So, Tim, I think some of your concerns are really some unforeseen worst case scenario. No matter who is on this commission, they have limited powers and they advise the city council. But this is the first I had heard that you wanted it. This plan was for everyone in the fire district. I would think this would be I don't even know how a city council could make a plan for another technically illegal entity. So there's some stuff to work out.
What they brought to us. It is, even though we do have the control, they would be setting the narrative. Then we might, there would be maybe, it's just kind of, you're looking at it in a different light, not nefarious or not angry, but if you don't live in the city, you're gonna be looking at it differently than if you.
The other check and balance is the city council would be appointing all of these people. Again, one of the things I was concerned with is I was getting these email threads with people like, let's put this person on the committee. And I was like, committees don't self-appoint, but maybe that's not what they meant, and I was misconstruing that, because you have submitted the application.
It's not easy finding people.
I know, well, that is true.
It's also, it's just like, we should get this person to apply.
That's the realistic thing here, and is that the benefit is you've got these active people who are into this. And so, we've had that problem. We have people in Cedar Terrace who are just like, feel like they're part of our community, but they're not within city limits, or, so, the idea of, I could see, I kind of like the idea of, we'd have to make sure, I think, that they're focused on the city somehow, but I could see like maybe that you could have a little bit more lenience in those people as long as the powers are constrained, and just because we don't have enough volunteers always.
We don't, and that's why I really don't like to even limit volunteers.
No, if we could open up the UGB for all the committees, we'd probably have full committees.
Exactly, but there's obviously reasons why it's not structured that way. So.
Because we make rules for few bad people, not good people.
I asked Gary if, he would be okay with this being tabled, so we can work these things out, and like John suggested, it sounds like maybe a workshop. So
and now that we brought the things up, everybody can be thinking about it.
Yeah. So we can continue it on to, I could make a motion to continue it on to next month's meeting. Will that give people enough time to look at it, or?
And I have a question for Wiz. Are there other cities that have emergency, response committees? I never like to reinvent the wheel, which is why I basically cut and pasted from an existing commission. Do you know of any? Are you aware of any?
Coos Bay.
City of Coos Bay may have one?
City manager from years ago, Mr. Mike Murphy, went to Coos Bay to be the emergency management.
Okay.
But he's not there anymore, but you might be able to reach out to Coos Bay and get some information for us. And I can motion to move that meeting to next month or the month after. It's up to you guys, whatever you think.
Well, can the motion just be to table and then it gets picked up when we get the information?
Okay. So when you table something, technically you have to bring it back off the table. I would like to do next month, and because I don't want to let this linger again.
I don't either.
And so.
Because we've got, as it turns out, we have Mari,
Blockhouse.
So she's on the fire board. She lives up the Elk River. She's in the fire district. Excellent person for the commission. Clark, Kosrak, is off the Neck Road. Jim Powell,
Yeah, and I'm not targeting anybody.
No, but I'm just saying,
Whether
these are the,
geographical area.
these are the people that are,
Yeah.
been working
No,
on
I
it,
get it.
so,
I get
if this, we're either gonna keep meeting, or we're just gonna disband the commission.
I don't wanna see that happen. I think we can work around it, but we gotta figure out what.
Yeah,
I
so
would-
we just need to think
I would,
about.
does everyone here know the boundaries of the rural fire district? This is the first I heard it goes into
I
Elk
don't
River.
know.
I thought Elk River had its own fire district. Okay.
Whatever fire district.
Okay,
Or
thank you.
over.
Yeah, because they did.
Somewhere
Miles
between
up
here
there.
and Sixes, right, is a break. I'm
And
not
then
sure
six
where.
is fire department.
Okay.
Covers.
And, it may be that there's a way that you use that boundary, but we define it that they're focused on city, or I don't know.
I think it's not Sixes River.
Because they're all gonna be, if we have if it's just a great grid failure, there won't be any supplies coming into town, everybody's just stuck with it.
Everybody's gonna be working together like a team.
Yeah.
But doesn't the county plan implement some sort of support for every
Well,
city?
the thing about it, well, sort of, they're providing these storage containers and the
Yeah.
supplies are coming from the state through a grant, but the county's got a plan for the way the containers look. But at the same time, I think the reality is if we will be cut off from the county, we will be
Yes.
cut off. So we do need a level of emergency self-sufficiency. So, no, there's no doubt that what you guys are doing is good work and all that stuff, but as a manager, the tools I have to assist in the management are not existent. And so I'm looking to the council for some help there. But I will work with Gary and because even after he saw this, he came to me and said, John, the reality is this. And I said, well, let's have the council talk about it. So what I'm hearing though is you'd like if I could just sort of some city-centric elements to this but I'm not sure how you want to have the membership at all.
And nobody's arguing the common sense of what you're saying at all.
It sounds like we have checks and balances too, because we always make the final decision
Yeah.
as city council. So there's checks and balances there. I just ask myself, what are the legalities? Why are our planning and our parks structured the way they're structured? And how are we getting this program to not fit into that? Is there a legal way to do it or not? We just need to know for sure if there is.
I haven't run this by Shayla at all. So
Should
is
they
that,
know?
yeah, okay, good.
And
So
one
I need to
other-
rescind my
Motion then, if we're not doing this, we have first and a second, right?
Joseph, do we have a first and a second to approve this for purposes of discussion?
Nope.
Oh, what was it?
It was
I have-
approved, it was approved of.
Hog
Okay.
motions to, continue in next month's meeting. That was the last thing that I had.
No, the original, I believe that there was a motion to accept the
Sure.
resolution, a motion and a second,
Yeah.
and then we did discussion, and
And then there was a motion to continue, and if I knew Robert's Rules of Order better, I'd know if that was a superseding motion that you have to decide before you finish the main motion, but.
oh, wait, but it was a
I don't have
motion to table, so maybe it does supersede it.
No, I didn't make a motion.
I didn't table it.
Instead of motion to continue, which I think,
He did. Mine was to approve.
Well, I know
Yeah.
I said table because.
So if you want to rescind.
well, but the funny part is Greg's motion to approve, Gary, would not have your considerations in it, if I understand that correctly.
So I'll rescind my motion.
And does the second rescind?
If I second it, I rescind.
Okay, so then there's a motion to continue to the next meeting,
So
I would
Okay.
make a motion to continue to
the August
the
meeting.
August meeting for the Emergency Response Commission.
I second that.
Sorry, Greg, I heard you. All right, so we got a first and a second, I'll call for the vote. Counselor Rask,
Yes.
Counselor Tidy,
Yes.
Counselor Burns,
Yes.
Counselor Cogman, Counselor Velasquez.
Yes.
You guys, what's the matter? You guys losing steam? It's like 4:30, come on, let's go, team.
I do have one thing I wanted to say. Should I say the one thing I would like, the other thing, or are you gonna, should we just tell John things, or should I?
Yeah, just tell me.
We had a problem with that this committee just kind of will applying for grants without coming through the council. And, like in the past, and so I think we do have to have more specific, kind of maybe a little bit of, if that committee is gonna actually be applying for grants. I don't know how it works in the Parks Commission, but like how those work.
That was confusing because initially Jessica
Yes.
wrote a letter of,
Yeah.
whatever.
Go for it. Yeah, I know. But it just needs, we should be clear about
Authorize
that.
Jim basically to look for grants.
Yeah.
So in the
You said
past.
you was too busy, and we authorized Jim. That was the reason, that was the reasoning behind it. Was
Yeah.
Jim said he could do it, and we authorized him to do it.
Yeah.
In the past, people applying for grants without getting city approval from the finance director has caused a ton of grief because there are certain guidelines that have to be followed.
Yes,
So-
right. That's kind of just what I'm bringing
Okay,
up, but maybe we
excellent.
need to have that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that just from the conversation we've had, I know that we're already gaining because of John's concerns. So those processes will kind of help fix some of the issues. So thank you, John.
Thank all of you as well. This, again, very helpful and really was, maybe I should have brought it to a workshop, but I know we gotta get something going.
Yeah.
All right.
Nothing like a motion to get the conversation started. Okay, so we had a new business C, right?
Yeah, that was the minutes of the June.
You forgot
No,
to.
we need to be.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, we,
No
oh,
changes.
good.
Oh, thank you. New business B, 2023-17 DLCD grant for code changes. John, could you fill us in on that just a touch?
Sure. So there's a grant available for us to update our housing code. DLCD came down and met with some people here, and Crystal was there, and so she's recommending, and our code does need some housing code upgrades. And so this grant, the grant application form in your packets did not include a dollar amount, but we think the dollar amount is around 16,000, and the staff, we did a brief, Crystal has written up a work plan, and the work plan includes multiple meetings with planning commission and staff, and so we figured staff in-kind contributions about $4,000 on this effort to upgrade our code, and 16,000 grant received from DLCD to pay Crystal to write up improvements to our housing code, and that's all I have unless there's any questions.
Nice. So the city might have to kick in three to 5,000.
No, it's just our time, so it's our in-kind contribution. And,
Right.
and so.
Oh, I just meant 4 out of 16, with
Yeah.
a little left on the bone of
Yeah.
just 30%.
Sure.
Sorry.
Yep, that's okay. All
And
right.
if you guys recall, I actually really asked for some money for a planning grant in the budget committee, and there was never a line item put in, but I believe John said that there was enough money in there that we could kind of make it work. And it turned out that the planning grant this year is specifically for housing, and those are some things that we have talked about doing for a long time, so.
So is there a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve to authorize the application to the Oregon Department of Land and Conservation Development to help pay for costs to update our city's housing plans and related codes.
Second.
Okay, any more discussion on that?
I think anything that we do with housing that, that aims to create, I mean, we have the goal of aiming to create more middle housing, but that we have to solve our water issues, just to be clear about that. I don't think all of a sudden we're going to be able to do this unless we work on that first.
And it sure would be nice to have, I mean, in a perfect world, we could have been able to talk about this as the short-term rental conversation, but so, and this will enable us to continue that conversation, hopefully, with the other things that can actually aid the housing. All right, so now we're on to
Did you vote?
the vote.
Yeah.
Over this. No more discussion. Councilor Burns.
Yes.
Councilor Mass.
Yes.
Councilor Duddy.
Yes.
Councilor Devices.
Yes.
And Councilor Bosworth.
Yes, Tim, yes.
I kind of become a smart aleck after it.
Good night, Greg.
Thank
you.
Good night.
Sounds great.
Thank you. All right, so now we're on to new business 8C, accepting of the minutes of June 29th, 2023, regular meeting.
That was 29.
Okay.
That was a special meeting.
Take a moment here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason we're doing this in the timeline is to, well, we kind of already just accepted it in a way because of the resolution we accepted, but this will be the last little piece of it.
Right, this is to do the actual, these minutes are required for our grant application for the community building.
Got it.
I have a question, since we're right there on the June 29th meeting. I know years ago, when we did roll call, you'd be present, absent, or excused. Did we get away from that? Is absent just you're absent, or is there excused absence?
Probably excused, without visitors absently.
Well, excused, you would just put excused instead of absent if they weren't there, I guess would be the easy thing.
Yeah, I'm just asking, are we still doing that, or do we just?
We should. I don't understand why we're not doing it either, but we're not, and that's what we're trying to decide.
Is there any, reason, I mean, is there anything in the council rules about excused absences versus absences?
People travel, people have family obligations, I mean.
No, I mean, I'm just wondering, in our council rules.
I would think
Absent would be a no-show.
absent would be just a no-show without letting the mayor or the city administrator knows the way I handle it as a mayor. So, I'm just asking.
I think it should say excused.
Okay, I tend to agree, and that's why I asked.
So you want to change these minutes to say excused?
No, I don't know, I don't know.
For future.
I'm
Okay.
assuming Brett let the mayor know, and I'm assuming he was excused.
That could be an assumption.
And, well, it could be. And I would think Shayla would let you know, and I would think she was excused.
Like if you
Right.
do two, absences that you didn't, they weren't excused, is there,
Really?
There's something about that, there's something about missing so many meetings.
yeah.
Unexcused meetings, yeah.
But I think it's like if you miss a couple of meetings, you get kicked out of a meeting, because the only way to remove someone from office is by the electors doing it. We
Right.
found that out. So yes, we can exclude someone from a couple meetings for missing a couple meetings, but I don't know if there's much more that we can do.
Legally, there's nothing you can do, but it does look better if the person's excused rather than just saying absent.
And it might promote, yeah, so.
So make
I
a
think
meeting
that's
to
a good
approve the
point.
minutes from June 29th.
Well, I'm changing both of these, I'm assuming they're excused. Just,
There was a motion.
There is a motion in it.
Is there not a second yet?
Oh, I'll second.
Thank you.
Been a motion and a second to approve the minutes of June 29th.
Okay, and then we have had the discussion, I think we're okay with absent on this.
Shayla was there, wasn't she? Excused.
I don't know.
She was not there.
We're supposed to go into executive session for labor negotiations.
Correct.
You know.
Gotcha, okay, so any more discussion on these minutes? I'll call for the vote. Counselor Rask?
Yes.
Counselor Burns?
Yes.
Counselor Velisis?
Come back to it.
Counselor Tate?
Yes.
Counselor Buggles?
Tim, yes. This does bring up a question, can I ask for the lady? So that person that came for their OLCC license,
Yep.
that we did not approve, they're not back here this month for.
That was a temporary license.
That was a temporary.
Oh,
It was a temporary for 4th of July.
Thank you.
That was it.
And the dive.
It wasn't the dive, it was, salted up, not salted, Crazy Norwegians used their off-site, liquor license and never left their premises. That's what they were gonna do initially, was just gonna take it over to Poss and sell, but instead, they just stayed in their parking lot and used their off-premise license, that Poss did their own thing, Crazies did their own thing.
Totally understand.
I went over and made sure of that on July 4th, because some people from the Jubilee had raised questions about it, so.
Okay. On page 4, you have to change state legislator to state legislature. I'm just looking for things that are important, and maybe you think this is ridiculous. but-
No, it is, and it's all like, everything clerical like that, we can totally
Yeah.
change without it. Is that the only change?
I'm just kind of just trying to not do it. That's the one that seems important to me.
Real quick, Jonathan, throw in on her, on this real quick, we talked about maybe reached out to ODOT for those curb outs. Did that ever happen in all my chance?
Well, what we wanted to do is I did talk to the guy, but, what we wanted to do before we actually met with them was have our ammo, which is, the old plans and to say, to point to something and stuff.
Got it.
And we just don't have that yet, but it's definitely something we want to get.
I can't find my old plans. I know I have them somewhere, and I've looked in 2 places, but I'll look.
It must have been like 3 years ago in June or July.
John Isidore may have something to say.
I have a set.
Okay.
I only remember looking down. And
Yeah,
seeing-
that's all it was.
We didn't see any elevations. We didn't see the configuration. No, we did not. We just saw it.
I gave my thing.
So Ann's a yes.
Okay.
You already passed it.
Okay, so Ann votes yes, motion passes unanimously.
And Joseph, you'll make that change.
Yeah, there are other
Thank you,
things that
Ann,
I'm
for-
going to present to the council next month, so you'll see these minutes again and have more time to look at the revisions.
Roger that.
If that's okay with John.
Thank you,
Not
Ann, I
these
really
days, not
appreciate
the
your 10
29th.
o'clock
Those are
diligence.
approved and we need to send those
The
off.
29th
tomorrow.
are approved.
Okay,
You just approve them as
Yeah.
it changes legislature.
Yeah,
okay,
thank you.
okay.
Actually, we're moving into, because I need to sign those tonight, right?
Yep.
Is there any way you could?
Or tomorrow.
Well, if you
Oh,
guys
okay,
are going
yeah,
into
never mind, I can do
executive
it tomorrow. I'm
session,
gonna come in anyway, so.
also, if you're going into executive session, I can go print off a clean set that doesn't have draft in it while you're in executive session.
Either way, well, or we could sign all these tomorrow and you can get the heck out of here.
Yeah, because you're not gonna participate.
You don't want to wait around for the legislature.
What else we got? We have, any,
We've got to talk about labor negotiations, there's 2 union agreements.
Right.
We had somebody waiting for,
they're left.
oh, we did.
Teresa is left.
Okay, but we will double check online just because we are going to be moving into executive session. Or is
What does she
there,
want to talk about?
Her water bill, she has
is there anyone that would
And
like
I
to?
actually I have counselor considerations, which we never get to. The last time people were like about to walk out before we even get to talk to them. And so I don't know what we can do as a council if we can't bring up things. I mean, I know everybody's really tired, but what are we supposed to do?
Having the meeting the month before that too.
Yeah.
No, and
I
that's,
can
so, is there any city, or is there any, citizen considerations?
No, we don't know.
And we will always do the considerations every time,
Okay.
we'll nail them down, because I totally agree. And now I will move on to councilor considerations.
I just want to tell you guys something that came up. Somebody posted on Facebook the other day. I thought this was interesting that if you won the lottery, you'd buy the water system for the city. Did you see that?
Yeah.
And I thought it was really interesting the other things people said they would do for the city. And I think it just points out again, I think that we need to have like a town hall or something so people can voice their opinions on things, because the information is not getting to people and we're not hearing from them either. One of the things, did you see the one that was a full-time paid mayor?
Well, but what I don't understand is people have the opportunity to come in here and interact once a month, every month. And I'm not saying that I don't see merit of town hall, like for the police levy and a lot of these issues. And if we focus on, and maybe it would be worth having a town hall meeting, just like a dirty laundry town hall meeting type
Well,
of thing.
just something to touch base with people a couple times a year.
But that's what I'm saying, they have 12 opportunities every year with 2 opportunities during that meeting to speak. So I understand what you're saying, I just had to say that.
Yeah, and I remember one time Pat had this thing where you were thinking, oh, everybody was freaking out online about something, and then you had a meeting and nobody came.
Yeah.
It's sort of like, there's sort of a.
Maybe we should have Facebook meetings. Maybe we should just have Facebook-based meetings and we would have excellent interaction.
I say no, no.
I'll be absent from that meeting.
Government by social media?
Yeah. That'd be great.
No, and that's, yeah.
I mean, no, I agree with your statement, but the social media thing.
Well, and maybe we can go a little extra mile, promoting our meetings and putting them out there, but we do everything we can.
But people have
Other
to
than
wait
maybe
till,
the reader board at the school.
but people have to wait till the end to citizen considerations to speak. So, I mean, would you send anybody?
So we could change it to citizen concerns and considerations and just load it up at the start of the
I
meeting.
just talking about it before.
that was also 2.5 hours into our meeting tonight, so.
I like the idea of just, being able to say, okay, you haven't been able to make meetings, here's what we've been doing. Because everybody says, oh, they don't do anything, everyone's critical because they say we don't do anything.
Well, one thing that's really great is that John Huddle has been doing, I think, press releases. That's like the first time to report on things that hasn't happened as long as I can remember. But I don't know if they go on Facebook or if they just go on the paper.
Facebook is a tool, but it's not the only tool. We still need to hit the newspaper and those kinds of things. So as mayor, I had to shut the police station Facebook page down because we had citizens calling citizens out about crimes against each other. I wish I could go back to that Facebook page and read some of the stuff people were posting. I told Terry, I said, it's gotta go.
Well, people were just commenting, they had comments on, oh man, it was
horrible stuff. It was. Shaylee even said, you need to do something about that, and we did, we shut it down.
So, and I think everybody's landing the same on the concerns, and I think that's a pretty easy fix, but the problem being is the council rules and how beholden we are to that format. We kind of have a settle on that.
We're so we're out of compliance on that anyway. I mean, we don't follow that anyway. That was like one of the things we had.
That's for.
Yeah, right. So you guys, I was gonna wait till John comes back here he is, for my council concerns. I brought up the thing about, untabling the well thing already, so that's good. I also wanted to bring up, the need, and you brought up that Teresa wanted to talk about our water bill, that I think there really is a need to communicate better with our residents about water rates and about that whole curtailment penalty thing. People still don't know what's going on. And it's so confusing in our code. There's like penalties that were put on that were like for if you use the 20% more water, that's all in our code that we decided not to do. But then there's also half people west of Highway 101 are supposed to be watering some days, and east are other days, and you're not supposed to doing, essential use. But we're not really doing any of this. We're not communicating it. We're not enforcing it, but it's in our code. So to me, I just think we need to have a discussion about understanding that. And, the reason we have water curtailment, it comes out of it's in our water master plan, and it comes out of it's in our code, and it's very oriented towards drought. And that's not necessarily our situation, our scene. So anyway, I was just saying, I think it would be good if we could have that as part of our workshop and just discuss it so we can get clear and then figure out how to communicate, if we need to have something in the back of our water bill, or John has a suggestion here, even though he's so tired.
I'm confused with the language on the east side and the west side too, but I have told people that shouldn't be watering your lawn, so, but we are issuing pressure washer permits based on tank level. We haven't issued them the last couple of days because we lost the water during the Hamlet week, but, I Googled it the other day just to look, but, the little town just above Florence, yachts, they're just getting ready to go into restrictions too, because their second reservoir dam, wherever they pull from, is beyond, low, so it's, what is it, the little city outside of Cannon Beach, they've been in restrictions for 7 years or something like that, so it's prevalent across the nation, and the National Weather Service sent me this index thing, that showed all the different areas that we're having water issues, and I guess we're just a little different than some other places because we have that tiny little reservoir and just not enough storage.
Yeah.
And based on the loss rate and what we make in the daytime, we can't keep up.
Right. So I just think to communicate it so people know, are we enforcing this? Are we not? What are the rules? What are the rates? It's just been super confusing. I think it would be helpful to figure out a way to communicate that. So I don't know if that's something we ask John to do. Maybe we don't have to have a workshop. Maybe it's just we figure out how to communicate it. But I think the fact that we're kind of have the code, but we're not, we decided not to enforce it, but,
I really don't have any clear direction on the enforcement of the provisions of the code. I've kind of received conflicting information. I think the code could be more clear, and what might make sense is for me, John Isidore just mentioned 2 different communities who have similar concerns and restrictions, and one community's been in restriction for several years. I would like to take a crack at perhaps rewording that code, but that would be a workshop in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I'd be happy to do that.
And just so you know too, John, we did amend that code in May when Gary was here to make it more specific about like when John has like the authority to flip into restrictions. So we've been working on it, but that's, I think, why there's like, are we coming or going? Where are we? And so that's where I'm getting at, is just, can we all understand this? And then maybe we could communicate it to the citizens too. I have my neighbors ask me, well, what's going on,
Right. And it's hard to explain because we did, like Brett said, in February and March, didn't we lift the penalty phase of that? We took it off.
I think it was in March because we decided when the previous administrator left that we couldn't even just do it. But there were all these questions about, is this fair? What are we doing? How is it calculated? It was very hard to understand. I wasn't really paying attention at that.
And then but we left the restrictions in place, if I remember correctly. But yeah, you're right, it is convoluted. I mean, sometimes it's like.
All right, we'll put it on the workshop.
Thanks.
And then I just wanted one other thing, just really quickly to say, I looked over our priority list, and I just want to mention that we have made some headway. We have a functional website now. Agendas are being posted in a timely manner. The nature trail has been maintained. We're almost finishing STR code, and we're almost finishing the watershed land. So there's other things on the list, but we are making headway. So I just wanted to say, hey, we're maybe getting somewhere. So.
We are getting somewhere. It's baby steps.
That's it.
Thank you, Andy. Any other counseling concerns? Staff?
I was gonna bring up, we were talking about, job descriptions. And at one time, a while back, we were talking about having a committee that would look into that. It seems to me that we need to break down everything that needs to go on in City Hall and then divide that up into positions to know that we're covering all of our bases. Because I don't know that any of us know exactly what David did, exactly what Dean is doing, what things, I'm afraid things are falling through the hoops by not, having it figured out and having, like right now, the things that David was doing, nobody's doing. So what were those things? We just don't know. And how are we gonna make job descriptions if we don't know what all of the duties are that need to be fulfilled?
I'm thinking, we have to start somewhere, and I'm assuming that John's motivation with getting the job descriptions would be based off of existing employees we have. Because those are, that's the real things that we can fill in, and then we do, reestablish the needs, obviously, along that way, and then fill in the gaps. So I think that's kind of how it's laying out.
A little bit, and also we do have some existing job descriptions on file. Job descriptions that are not filled, that weren't budgeted, but we still have got job descriptions. So I am hoping, I haven't looked yet, but I'm hoping we have a finance director job description, which will do, Gary, some of the things you talked about, that it'll have, finance director responsible for, reporting to all these authorities and whatnot. That's something I'm super motivated to do. That our contracting code I want to update because the grants require you to do contracting in a particular way, and you just want to make sure you're doing that. But anyway, yeah.
All right. Any other council concerns or staff concerns? Go ahead, Joseph.
I'm gonna try and make these as quick as I can. Going back to the minutes, there's a question of timestamps. Is this just, you want me to throw more of them in, or you want me to switch them from the actual time to the length, where you would find it if you went and looked at the video?
but I'm not speaking for anyone but myself, but the least confusing way would just be the real time next to the bullet point, the main bullet point, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, so people can get a bearing.
I'm not sure what you mean by real time. The way I know, but here's the weird part. The way I've found it to be the easiest, what he said second, you look at this video and you go to what minute in the video the item is found. And that's the best way to reconcile the minutes to the actual words.
Okay. So I've been sending my minutes for approval to the administration, to the mayor, and to the council president. Should I be sending it to other councilors, using the blank Harvey Coppin that the mayor said no? Okay.
You're also publishing them a week ahead of the meetings, right? So.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the only other thing I had on here that hasn't been covered is I think that if we are doing a motion to extend the meeting, that we should also motion to order pizza for the council.
Second.
I think we should add that to your job.
As long as beer is delivered.
I'm okay with that. If the boss is drinking, it means I can too.
Right.
All right. And that was my last consideration that needs to be talked about. So thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Thanks for staying.
Oh, good, dude.
And John, I'm just gonna need you to tell me what time the executive session ends sometime tomorrow, or Mayor Cox.
I see, so you'll be able to mark it in the minutes? Okay,
Yeah.
good. So thanks, Joseph, very much. Have a good night.
Have a good night, dude.
Excused.
If you find us sitting in here in the morning, hopefully you can bring coffee.
Don't worry, if I come back here in the morning and you are also here, I'll go home and get my coffee pot. Right, my own pot of coffee.
Nice thought.
You should kill the audio.
Oh my gosh.
We're gonna do that.
No.
Okay, so, before we go into executive session, what?
No, after we go into executive session, we're not.
Yep, you just make this.
No, okay, well, I thought you said you were.
You make that announcement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to, open up this executive session for the City of Fort Worth County Council under ORS 1926602D to conduct deliberations with persons designated by the governing body to carry on labor negotiations, which allows the commission to meet in executive session to conduct deliberation on labor negotiations. All of the members of the audience are asked to leave the room. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on or otherwise disclose any of the deliberations or anything said about these subjects during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decisions may be made in an executive session. At the end of the executive session, we will return to open session and welcome the audience back to the room.
But actually, at the end of this executive session, we will just adjourn.
Could you repeat that? Because I didn't.
But anyway, because we're not gonna come back.
You sure is me here,
The
Don.
City of
I know.
Fort Worth.
All right.
Okay, so we are now in executive session.